Hey guys, tonight we travel back to a world where weddings smell different, like animal fat candle melting on damp straw different. Imagine this. You wake up on your wedding day in a thatched roof cottage somewhere in medieval France. The morning light leaks through a hole in the wall stuffed with pig intestines. For insulation, of course. You're sweating. You're anxious. You're definitely not clean. Bathing isn't exactly a priority here, not because you don't want to, but because the whole village shares one barrel and water is fetched from a stream 2 miles away. Soap? If you're lucky, it's made of ash and rendered animal fat. So yeah, this is the version of you that gets married. Romantic, right? Your hair is braided tightly, flowers twisted into the strands, some of them still buzzing with insects. The scent of lavender is there, but also turnips and sheep dung. The local healer added a poultice of crushed garlic behind your ears to ward off illness and bad suitors. No one really questions her methods, because last week she cured someone's sore throat with boiled moss and yelling. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Always fun to see who's tuning in from across the globe. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You shuffle outside, heart pounding, where a loose gathering of neighbors stands waiting, most of whom are also related to you in some legally ambiguous way. The priest has a lazy eye and smells of ale. He's holding a leather-bound book that's less Bible and more family ledger. His job today? To make your union official, which mostly involves declaring it in front of enough people that no one can deny it happened later. Historians still argue whether bathing habits in medieval Europe were truly non-existent or just highly seasonal. There's evidence that public bathhouses were popular in cities like Paris or Florence until fears about moral corruption and later disease outbreaks led to their decline. But in rural communities, hygiene was more spiritual than sanitary. People believed too much washing could open your pores to bad humors or demonic winds. So, you stayed crusty. And let's be honest, you're used to it. Everyone smells. The idea of perfume is to sprinkle dried herbs in your clothes or tuck a rotting apple slice into your bodice to create a fruity bouquet. In fact, some brides carried a bouquet not to celebrate love, but to mask the combined odors of fierce sweat, livestock proximity, and medieval plumbing, or lack thereof. Your fiancé. He's already waiting outside, flanked by his brothers, all of whom are armed for some reason. He hasn't bathed either. His beard is braided with what looks like a fishbone. He grins. You nod. It's love. And yet there's something oddly beautiful about this moment. The village stops. The geese stop honking. The blacksmith leans on his hammer. A baby is quiet somehow. All eyes are on you. You're about to be joined, not just to a person, but to their whole family, their debt, their seasonal grain yield, and occasionally their local baron's approval. Marriage in medieval Europe wasn't just a private vow. It was a public arrangement, a social contract, and often a political move. That's why, even before you say, I do, your entire life has been leading up to this. Your parents have probably been negotiating this marriage for months, maybe years. They've met the groom's family. They've assessed dowries, land titles, livestock values. They've consulted their priest, their neighbors, and possibly a traveling monk with a suspiciously wide grin. One quirky tidbit: in some parts of medieval Scandinavia, the bride's family would literally check the groom's teeth before approving the union, because bad teeth were considered a sign of poor health and therefore weak offspring. So, yes, love was measured in molars. Back in the present, your ceremony begins. There's no fancy music, no rose petals. A sheep bleats in the background. The priest raises one hand, the clean one, hopefully, and begins to speak in Latin no one fully understands. You repeat your vows, or try to. You fumble the words. The villagers laugh gently. A kid throws a pebble. You're blushing, or maybe just sunburned. And suddenly, it's done. You're married. That's it. No license, no rings, just witnesses and a vaguely coherent blessing. Some traditions even skip the priest altogether. As long as you exchanged vows in front of others, it counted. But don't get too cozy. Your day's just beginning. The real fun, the bizarre customs, the borderline supernatural beliefs, the feasting, the fighting, and yes, the bed watching is still to come. And remember, you still haven't bathed. You step back from the crowd, the ceremony over, but your role far from finished. In fact, it's only just begun. Because now, everyone's looking at your dress, or what counts as one. The first thing you notice is how tight it is. The second, it's definitely not new. Third, it's not white. Not even close. In medieval Europe, the idea of a white wedding dress would have sounded like a punchline. White was impractical, expensive, and almost impossible to keep clean without modern bleach, which, spoiler alert, no one has. Most brides wore their best outfit, which for many meant a dark wool tunic with a fresh patch sewn over last season's tear. If you were lucky, wealthy, noble, or the daughter of someone who sold good barley, you might have worn bright blue, crimson, or even deep green, dyed with crushed plants or insects. What you're wearing now smells faintly of smoke, garlic, and whoever wore it before you. It might have belonged to your older sister, or your cousin, or your mother, who cried a little this morning, but then helped lace up your bodice like it was a regular Tuesday. She added a sprig of rosemary to your belt for remembrance and muttered something in Old French about keeping the womb warm. Oh, and by the way, there are no heels. Your shoes are soft leather, cracked at the sides, barely holding together with twine. They make a slapping sound as you walk, like two lazy fish. Still, you walk tall, because everyone is watching, and this is your moment. Now let's talk about the veil. Veils in the medieval period weren't purely romantic or aesthetic. They were symbolic, meant to signal modesty, virginity, and spiritual readiness. In some regions, it was made from linen so stiff it scratched your forehead raw. In others, it was a net woven with flowers, coins, or, if your family was truly extra, tiny bells to scare off evil spirits. You're pretty sure you hear one jingling now every time you turn your head. Or maybe that's your uncle's coin pouch. Historians still argue whether veils were a universal requirement or more of a regional preference. Some believe they were only used for noble weddings, while others claim even peasant brides wore them, albeit made from whatever fabric wasn't too soaked with butter or pig grease. But let's be honest, whether it's ceremonial or just to hide the fact that you haven't brushed your hair in 2 days, the veil serves a purpose. It allows you to look solemn, mysterious, emotionally neutral, which is helpful since you're currently trying to process the fact that you're now legally bound to a man whose greatest achievement to date is owning a mule. Now here comes the groom, and he's looking enthusiastic. His tunic is stitched with decorative embroidery, which probably took his sister weeks. The colors, yellow and red, are bold, bright, and slightly painful to look at in direct sunlight. One sleeve is longer than the other, and he has something stuck in his beard that might be a breadcrumb or a dead bee. Either way, he's proud of how he looks, and frankly, so is everyone else. Because let's not forget, this whole event is more than a celebration of love. It's a public affirmation of family honor, village stability, and future inheritance. People aren't whispering about whether you're happy. They're whispering about how much cloth was used for your sleeves and whether that chicken stew at the reception is made with real meat or just very convincing roots. A quirky detail for you. In some parts of medieval Germany, brides would wear their hair completely loose as a symbol of virginity, unless they were widowed or divorced, in which case their hair would be braided and covered. So if you ever wanted to guess someone's marital status at a distance, just check their scalp. Back in your tiny churchyard, a little girl brings you a basket of bread, still warm from the oven, and places it at your feet. That's her family's contribution to the feast. You try to smile, but your face is already aching from holding one expression too long. A man claps your groom on the back. Another woman tosses flower petals over your heads. A chicken runs between your legs, feathers flaring. It's chaos, but charming in a way. You notice some women giving you the look. Not mean, not unfriendly. Just that intense curiosity all newlyweds receive. They wonder what kind of wife you'll be, whether you can cook, whether you'll bear strong children, whether you'll survive your first winter without insulting your mother-in-law. And speaking of her, there she is, striding toward you in layers of hand-dyed wool and sharp opinions. She kisses you on both cheeks, then checks the stitching on your sleeves, then whispers something about the fertility herbs in the soup. You nod, politely, terrified. This is your new life, a new family, new expectations, new dynamics. You haven't just married a man, you've entered a contract that affects property rights, farming schedules, inheritance laws, and, eventually, the fate of your children's marriages. The dress you're wearing, uncomfortable as it is, represents all of that. It's heavy with more than just wool. It carries the weight of history, of tradition, of societal roles carved in stone and whispered over generations. And still, as you stand there, surrounded by people who knew you as a child, a teenager, a quiet girl with cracked nails and stories in her head, you realize they now see you differently. You're a woman, a wife, the future of two households bound together with lace, garlic, and goat hair. So yeah, maybe the dress isn't white, but tonight, you shine. You haven't even had time to sit down. But the next act in this medieval matrimony circus is already underway. Forget candlelight dinners and love letters. This marriage, like most in medieval Europe, is a business deal. And you're the contract. Don't take it personally. Everyone around you accepts this as normal. Romantic love might happen later. After the sheep are fed, the roof is patched, and the taxes are paid. For now, what matters is that your union brings mutual benefit. That could mean merging farmland, sealing a political alliance, or just ensuring your family doesn't have to keep feeding you. The priest who just blessed your vows isn't really here for the spiritual bit. He's also the unofficial notary, silently making mental notes about which field belongs to which family now, and who owes what to whom if someone mysteriously dies next spring. Marriage is the glue of feudal society, and it's sticky with obligations, dowries, and family expectations. So now you're seated at a long wooden table while the village elders conduct what's essentially a low-budget stockholders meeting with bread and beer. Your father is grinning through his missing teeth. Your new father-in-law is explaining how many chickens he'll allow you to keep for personal enjoyment. And someone nearby is arguing about a pigsty boundary that hasn't mattered in 10 years, until now. Let's break down what's really happening. The marriage contract. Sometimes written, often just spoken and remembered by everyone with ears, this agreement outlines land transfers, livestock exchanges, and dowry details. Your dowry might include 3 cows, a small chest of barley, and half ownership of an apple orchard, an inheritance that will now legally support your husband and any future screaming mud-covered offspring. And here's a fun tidbit. In some cases, your value as a bride is calculated in pounds of silver, not because your family has any, but because it helps everyone pretend this is a high-class affair. A symbolic number is declared, and no one expects it to actually be paid. It's the medieval version of flexing for social media. Historians still argue whether young women had any say at all in these transactions. In some regions, evidence suggests that consent was more than symbolic, especially among wealthier families where preserving lineage was crucial. In other areas, the bride's opinion wasn't even consulted. She was simply presented like a well-bred goat with good posture. You steal a glance at your groom. He's sipping from a cracked cup, nodding politely as your uncle tells a long story about beehives. You wonder if he's nervous too. After all, he's now responsible for protecting you, feeding you, and making sure your family doesn't lose face in the next village gossip cycle. That's pressure, even if he is built like a turnip cart and seems eerily calm. Then there's the morning gift, a charming tradition where the husband gives the wife a gift the morning after the wedding night. Sounds romantic, right? Except it's more like an early insurance policy. The gift might be a bit of land, a stash of coins, or a promise carved into a wooden tablet. It's his way of saying, "Hey, thanks for joining my feudal nightmare. If I die in a pig accident tomorrow, this is yours." A side note. In Anglo-Saxon England, some morning gifts were delivered before the wedding, during the betrothal phase. It showed the groom's serious intent and helped make sure the bride's family didn't back out after already hosting a feast. You notice your father nervously fingering a pouch at his belt. It's full of small stones tied with twine, each representing a measure of land he's agreeing to let go. He's smiling, but it's a tight smile. This is business, and he's trying to get the best deal for you and for himself. The priest clears his throat again. He mumbles something about sacrament and consummation, and suddenly everyone is looking at their bread as if it holds answers to the universe. No one wants to say it out loud, but the agreement isn't truly sealed until the marriage is consummated. You swallow hard. That part's coming later. For now, there's beer, and there's plenty of that. Ale flows like water, or rather, replaces it, since clean water is a luxury no one expects. The beer is thick, warm, and might contain small, floating surprises, but it dulls nerves and loosens tongues. Everyone's a little friendlier now. Someone starts playing a lute. A child begins dancing in circles. Someone else's child begins crying, possibly at the thought of their own future wedding. As the room softens into laughter and music, you start to relax. This isn't a private affair. It's a performance for the entire village. everyone's watching, not just to celebrate, but to witness. Because if you ever try to deny being married, all these people will remember this day, this dress, this goat nibbling at the tablecloth. Medieval weddings were less about intimate promises and more about public accountability. And weirdly, there's comfort in that. You're not alone. You're surrounded by people who've seen dozens of marriages, hundreds of babies, countless harvests and heartbreaks. This may be a transaction, yes, but it's also a rite of passage. You're being folded into the shared memory of the village, where your name will now be followed by wife of in every conversation. So when your groom stands and offers you a cup, his cup, you take it. You sip. He smiles. You smile. Everyone cheers. The old women in the corner nod knowingly. The priest makes the sign of the cross, but his eyes are twinkling. He's seen worse. The deal is done. You're married, merged, bound, and witnessed. You've just signed your name in the invisible ink of tradition. And now, the candles are burning lower. The bread's gone hard at the edges, and your cheeks hurt from too much smiling. You think the day's winding down, until someone grabs your arm and gestures toward the doorway. It's time for the next great medieval tradition. No, not a carriage ride, not a honeymoon, not even a private moment with your new spouse. It's time for the bedding ceremony. Your eyes widen, your stomach flips. You heard rumors. Everyone does. But you hoped maybe it wouldn't happen to you. Too bad. Because this is Europe in the 14th century, and your wedding night isn't a night at all. It's a public ritual with the subtlety of a parade and the intimacy of a county fair. In some regions of medieval Europe, the newlyweds were escorted to their marital bed in a procession that involved music, torches, drunken shouting. And yes, witnesses. Lots of witnesses. You don't walk to the bed. You're led. Sometimes gently, sometimes laughingly shoved. Your groom is pulled along too, his tunic half untied, a flower crown askew on his forehead. He looks as terrified as you feel. Someone somewhere starts singing a song that should definitely not be sung in front of your grandmother. But she's laughing. Everyone is. Let's be clear. The bedding didn't always mean what you think it means. Depending on where and when you were, it could be symbolic, just tucking you both into bed while everyone shouts advice from the doorway. Other times, it was more direct. In parts of France and Germany, it was customary for a small group of female relatives to undress the bride and physically place her in bed, while male relatives did the same for the groom. Then they'd toast you, toss petals or grain for fertility, and file out, leaving behind exactly one candle and a troubling silence. A quirky detail from 12th century Scotland. Sometimes a stranger was chosen to spend the first night in the same room, lying fully clothed between the couple to supervise and make sure things stayed appropriate, or didn't, depending on your perspective. Historians still argue whether consummation ceremonies were truly observed as legal requirements across Europe, or if they were more theatrical in nature, like a village-wide wink that everyone agreed to participate in, even if no one really wanted to. Some regions viewed it as vital for the legitimacy of the marriage. Others were content with a loud, boozy walk to the bedroom and a slammed door. Tonight, in your world, it's more ritual than invasion. You're wrapped in a woolen sheet, led up a creaking ladder to the loft, and placed gently onto a bed that smells of straw and old apples. Your mother-in-law fusses with the covers. Your aunt places a bowl of water by the bed. 4 blessings, she says, but you suspect it's for nerves. The priest, mercifully, stays downstairs. Then comes the kicker, the witness sheet. In some cultures, a piece of plain white linen is placed beneath the bride to catch proof of consummation, a practice soaked in both literal and metaphorical discomfort. In certain noble houses, this sheet was inspected the next morning and displayed as evidence of purity and legitimacy. Yes, displayed. On a line, like laundry, which is arguably what it becomes. You've heard rumors that some families fake the sheet. A pinprick here, a spot of sheep's blood there. In desperate cases, a previously used sheet from a more successful cousin. Historians still debate how often this happened, but the fact that people thought to plan it says a lot about the pressure and scrutiny brides faced. Your groom sits beside you now. There's a strange stillness in the room. Only the flickering of the candle, the far-off sound of a lute still strumming downstairs. You're both nervous, of course. Who wouldn't be? This isn't about passion. This is about performance, about expectations and roles, and an entire village that just shouted you into a mattress. The fire crackles. He leans in and whispers something. Sweet, awkward, unsure. You exhale. The world shrinks to just the two of you for a moment. The bed creaks as you shift beneath the weight of the night and the future. You don't know if you'll love this man, but you know that somehow you're both inside a tradition much bigger than your own feelings. Then the candle is snuffed out. Downstairs, they're still drinking. Because while you're upstairs being silently evaluated by fate and folklore, the party rages on. It's part of the ceremony. Laughter, dancing, spilled ale. The guests pretend not to speculate about what's happening above them, but of course they are. That's half the entertainment. And tomorrow, there will be talk. Always talk. In some households, a breakfast is held specifically to discuss the newlyweds' first night. In others, it's considered rude to mention it, unless the marriage needs to be annulled, in which case everyone suddenly remembers everything in vivid detail. You, thankfully, are spared that fate, at least for now. You're wrapped in wool, in silence, in 1,000 years of marital expectations. The bedding ceremony is over, and in the eyes of your village, your church, and your ancestors, your marriage is now complete. Whether or not you feel complete, well, that's a question for another night. The rooster hasn't even crowed yet, but the gossip is already up and stretching. You blink awake in a haze of scratchy wool, faint candle smoke, and straw poking you in places straw should never be. You can already hear voices downstairs. Laughter, clattering mugs, footsteps on cold stone. Because now comes the second test of marriage, and it has nothing to do with love. It's about proof. Proof that you were, let's say, pure before the wedding, and that the marriage was physically sealed. The term everyone's whispering is virginity. But you're trying not to think about it too hard, because now your sheets might be the center of attention, literally. If you're noble, someone might come knock on your door and ask to inspect the linen. If you're a peasant, the whole thing might be symbolic or skipped entirely. But there's always someone who wants to know. A sister-in-law, a cousin with too many opinions, or a neighbor who's been dying to talk about something besides crop rotation. This is the infamous proof of consummation moment. You sit up slowly, unsure whether you should be horrified or just deeply annoyed. And let's be honest, even if there is a mark on the sheet, what does that actually prove? Historians still argue whether this proof was truly trusted or just a performance to keep rumors at bay. A drop of blood doesn't guarantee virginity. It could be anything. And many women didn't bleed at all, something medieval folks were shockingly not great about understanding. Still, tradition lingers like bad cheese. In noble houses especially, the stained sheet was folded carefully, presented to family elders, and sometimes even paraded before servants and guards as a strange badge of honor. In one particularly surreal case from 15th century Castile, the sheet was inspected by the Queen's advisors. Yep, her advisors. Imagine someone filing that report. Your family, thankfully, is less dramatic. No one barges in, but your mother-in-law leaves a pot of warm barley broth outside the door for strength and says nothing about the linen, which frankly, you're grateful for. You glance at your new husband. He's still snoring, arm flopped over his face, looking like a very satisfied turnip. There's something oddly comforting about that. Maybe this won't be so bad. Downstairs, the mood has already shifted. The feasting last night was fun, sure, but now it's time to move from celebration to evaluation. People are murmuring about what kind of wife you'll be. Will you wake early to tend the hearth? Can you sew? Do you know how to make a goose last through Lent? You pull on your gown, still creased from being shoved into a chest last week, and tiptoe downstairs. And there it is, that look, from the older women, a sly smile, a knowing nod, and from the younger ones, a wide-eyed curiosity that makes you want to disappear into the floorboards. But no one says anything directly, because the real scrutiny isn't about sheets or blushing. It's about your status. If you're a virgin bride, your marriage is considered sacred, clean, almost mystical. People treat you like a vessel of divine approval. If you're not, things get more complicated. In medieval England, there was even a custom where the bride would wear her hair loose and uncovered if she was a virgin, and braided with a veil if not. Talk about public pressure. You imagine walking into your wedding with your hairstyle already doing all the talking. Quirky detail time. In parts of Hungary and Bohemia, there was a ritual called the hair covering or bonnet ceremony, where the bride's maiden wreath was removed after consummation and replaced with a married woman's head covering, usually a scarf or cap. This public transformation was witnessed by other women and marked your new identity. No pressure, right? You step outside into the pale light. The village is stirring. The chickens look unimpressed by your milestone. The baker gives you a loaf with an extra crusty end, maybe his version of congratulations. Someone hands you a small clay pot of honey and says, "It's for later." You don't ask what they mean. Historians still debate whether these rituals were uniformly practiced or whether they were more like folklore, shared more in story than in action. Some believe that in tight-knit villages, most of these customs were performative. The real proof of marriage wasn't in linens or hairstyles, but in how you lived together. Could you work side by side? Feed each other? Avoid starting a feud with the in-laws? You re-enter the cottage and find your husband sitting up, hair flattened to one side, looking lost without his boots. He offers a weak smile. You offer one back. You don't speak, because there's no need. Last night, 1,000 expectations hung over your heads. Today, they're still there, but you've survived them. Later, when no one is watching, you quietly wash the sheet in the stream behind the cottage. You don't know if anyone would have checked it. You don't care. The water is cold, but the ritual is yours now. Silent, personal. You wring it out, hang it over a line strung between two trees, and watch it flap like a flag. not of victory, not of submission, just life. Strange, prickly, and undeniably medieval. And back in the cottage, the barley broth is still warm. The barley broth is gone now, warm, filling, and strangely gritty, but you barely notice. Because today, you're not just a newlywed. You're about to become a bystander in one of medieval Europe's oddest marriage rituals, marrying a puppet. Okay, technically, you aren't doing the puppet marriage thing. But someone nearby is. And yes, it's exactly as bizarre as it sounds. You've been invited, along with half the village, to witness a land agreement. Not a marriage exactly, but something just as binding. The local Baron Steward is here, wearing 3 different belts and a feather that seems to be threatening a bird-related lawsuit. His purpose? To oversee a symbolic union between a piece of land and a representative bride. Except the bride? She's made of cloth, hay, and someone's old bonnet. Let's rewind. In parts of medieval Europe, particularly among landowners and nobles, marriage ceremonies weren't always about people. Sometimes they were metaphors, like when a man would marry a plot of land or a feudal title, symbolized by a female doll or effigy. It sounds ridiculous, but it served a legal function, cementing claims, ensuring inheritance, and avoiding future disputes. And the puppet? Well, that was tradition. The bride would be dressed up, often in white linen with a belt or garland, and seated solemnly beside the claimant. The ceremony would be performed as if it were a real wedding. Vows, blessings, sometimes even a kiss on the puppet's forehead. And yes, people attended. They clapped. They drank. They whispered, well, at least she won't argue about chores. You sit in the back row of this surreal puppet wedding, trying not to make eye contact with the dummy, whose face is drawn on with what looks like charcoal in panic. The groom, a nervous young lord, says his vows with all the enthusiasm of a man promising to mow the same lawn for eternity. Why go through all this? Because feudal law wasn't just about contracts. It was about public performance. If everyone saw it, they couldn't deny it happened. That puppet bride may not breathe, but she carries the legal weight of a live one. After all, land doesn't speak. But tradition? Oh, it shouts. And believe it or not, this isn't the only time puppets crashed a wedding. In certain Italian city-states, proxy marriages were a regular practice, especially for noble families arranging cross-border alliances. If the bride couldn't travel safely, a stand-in would appear in her place, sometimes with a doll or portrait held in her stead. One ambassador even went so far as to lift the veil on a velvet painting before announcing the vows. The crowd applauded anyway. Historians still argue whether these symbolic unions were meant to replace real intimacy or merely bridge the logistical gaps in courtly politics. What's clear is that, in many cases, the marriage wasn't considered fully valid until the couple met in person and the marriage was, yes, consummated. Which meant you could technically be married to someone for weeks, even months, before ever setting eyes on them. Back in your village, the ceremony ends with a small cheer. The puppet is handed to a child, who starts dragging it around like a new doll. The groom drinks heavily, and someone behind you whispers, "At least the hay bride won't demand a morning gift." But this all gets you thinking about how marriage wasn't always about love, or even about two living people. Sometimes it was about convenience, or law, or making sure your cousin didn't lose his sheep pasture to that smug man from 3 hills over. You remember what the village elder told you yesterday? Marriage is less about feelings and more about fences. You thought he was joking. He was not. That night, lying beside your very real husband in your very drafty loft, you wonder what your own marriage looks like from the outside. Are you seen as a person or a symbol, a partner or a property? And in the quiet, while the wind rattles the shutters and someone outside yells at a duck, you admit something to yourself. You're not sure yet. You don't love him. Not now. Maybe not ever. But you're here. You share a bed, a house, a future shaped by deals struck over bread and puppets. It's not what the ballads promised, but it's real, messy, uncertain, tangible. And in medieval Europe, reality always outranks romance. You roll over. He's snoring again. Of course he is. But this time, it makes you smile. You wake to bells. Not wedding bells. Those aren't really a thing yet. But the slow, echoing clang of the church's morning chime, meant to remind everyone that time is passing, God is watching, and you probably forgot to feed the goats. You roll over, stretch, and realize that your wedding is already fading into memory. Except, you're not done yet. Today, you and your new husband are invited to a second ceremony, though not exactly by choice. You're headed to a graveyard. Yes, a graveyard. Because in many parts of medieval Europe, especially in smaller towns or when churches were overcrowded, some couples were married on top of the dead. You step outside, blinking in the soft light. The village is buzzing. You'd think the wedding excitement would have died down, but no. Today, the baker's daughter and the cobbler's son are tying the knot, and they've chosen to do it on sacred ground, the kind that comes with tombstones, not stained glass. You trail behind a line of villagers heading uphill to the small chapel that crowns the burial site. The air smells like earth, crushed thyme, and something slightly acidic that might be goat pee. The chapel is locked, and everyone knows why. The priest says it's too small to hold everyone, and not the season to be tracking in mud. So instead, they set up a makeshift altar in the corner of the graveyard, right beside a very chatty raven. Now, this might seem disrespectful, getting married while literally standing on someone's uncle. But back then, it was actually honoring the dead. Being wed on hallowed ground, even outdoors, was believed to offer divine protection. It also saved money. Hosting your ceremony in the cemetery meant no church rental, no decorative upkeep, and far fewer people fainting from incense. You watch the couple approach the altar. The bride's veil is caught on a crooked headstone. The groom trips slightly on a moss-covered plaque. Someone behind you whispers, "Better to trip now than in the marriage." Old superstitions are alive and well. And here's a quirky detail. In parts of the Holy Roman Empire, it wasn't uncommon to hold a wedding in a bone chapel. Yes, a room decorated entirely with human skulls and femurs. The logic? Memento mori. Remember death. A symbolic reminder that marriage, like life, is fleeting. And probably full of weird smells. Historians still argue whether this practice was widespread or more of a regional oddity. In any case, the marriage among the dead offered both blessing and practicality. The ground was consecrated, the space was open, and no one charged you extra for candle lighting. As the couple exchanges vows, the wind picks up. Leaves scatter across names carved centuries ago. Someone starts humming a hymn, and despite the setting, it's peaceful. No walls, no echoing stone ceilings, just sky, prayer, and the whisper of eternity underfoot. You wonder if they'll mark this as a happy memory, or if it will always feel strange. But maybe, In this world, strangeness is part of the charm. Nothing about marriage here is simple. Not the contracts, not the traditions, not the graveyard vows. Back in your own life, you and your husband wander through the old stones, pointing out funny names and speculating which ancestor would have disapproved of your wedding dress. A raven lands nearby, stares at you, then flies off like it's seen this whole thing before. And maybe it has. Later that afternoon, you hear about another couple married by moonlight, simply because the village priest was too drunk to do it during the day. Or maybe he was hungover from your wedding feast. Either way, the ceremony happened under starlight, near a shrine at the edge of the woods. Half the guests thought it was romantic. The other half thought it invited demons. Both might be right. You're learning something with each passing day of married life. Medieval love isn't about softness. It's about survival. It bends with weather, with gossip, with the availability of barley and priests. You don't get perfection. You get what's possible, and you celebrate that, even if it means exchanging rings next to someone's grandfather's grave. So tonight, when you light a single beeswax candle and sit on your creaky wooden stool, you think back to the couple in the graveyard. You wonder if they're still in their wedding clothes, brushing dirt from their sleeves, laughing nervously. Or if they're just relieved it's over. Because sometimes getting married in medieval Europe didn't mean entering a dream. It meant getting through a very weird day with your sanity intact. You don't know it yet, but you and your husband are about to be forbidden from attending another wedding. Not because you threw bread at someone or danced too enthusiastically during the lute solo, though that's not out of the question. No, you're about to discover that in medieval Europe, not everyone was allowed to get married, and the reasons were often as tangled as your cousin's embroidery thread. It starts with a heated discussion outside the church. Two women are arguing, quietly but intensely, about whether a young couple in the village can go through with their planned wedding. The issue? Spiritual kinship. You blink. Spiritual what? A local widow explains it to you in her usual cheerful but terrifying tone. They can't marry. His godmother is her father's cousin's wife. You nod, like that makes sense. It doesn't. But now you're curious. You soon learn that in the medieval mindset, blood was only part of the equation. Yes, marrying your cousin was frowned upon, sometimes even prohibited, but the church's rules extended far beyond biology. They also banned marriages between people who were related through godparenthood or even shared milk nurses. That's right. If two babies were nursed by the same wet nurse, they could be considered spiritually related, effectively siblings in the eyes of the church. And siblings don't marry, even if you haven't seen each other since infancy, even if you live on opposite ends of the forest, even if you just discovered it from your great-aunt Ethelred 5 minutes before the ceremony. Historians still argue whether these bans were actually enforced or simply threatened as a means of control. But ecclesiastical law often took these relationships very seriously. In fact, marriages found to violate canonical degrees of consanguinity could be annulled years later, even after children were born. Imagine going about your life for a decade, only to find out your marriage was technically invalid because of something that happened during a baptism you don't remember. One quirky example? In parts of France, godparents were sometimes assigned on the spot if the original ones didn't show up, and if the priest forgot to write it down. Well, later on, things could get awkward when someone tried to marry their mystery spiritual cousin. The rules varied by time and region. At one point, the church banned marriages within 7 degrees of kinship, a number so sprawling it could include half the village. Eventually, the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215 reduced this to 4 degrees, which still included distant cousins and made things a logistical headache for matchmakers and priests alike. Of course, enforcement depended on your social class. The higher up you were, the more paperwork existed to prove or disprove your family tree. Nobles had to watch their alliances carefully. But peasants? Well, unless someone really wanted to challenge your marriage, most people didn't bother calculating out your shared ancestry back to that one shepherd on your mother's side. Back in the village, the priest is furrowing his brow. He has an ink-stained ledger and a memory like a sieve. He thinks he baptized both the bride and the groom, but he's not sure who held the baby when. The bride's aunt is now insisting she stood in as a godparent one rainy day when the actual godfather was too hungover to make it. Your head hurts. Still, you find it fascinating. You'd always assumed marriage was simple. 2 people liked each other, or were forced into a contract, said some vows, shared a meal, and then argued about goats for the next 40 years. But now you realize it's more like dodging invisible tripwires, social, legal, spiritual, all set by centuries of layered tradition and doctrine. And it doesn't stop there. In some regions, if your spouse's sibling died and you were both unmarried, people might expect you to marry the surviving sibling, even if you were already spiritually related. Logic didn't always win. You walk past the would-be bride. She's holding wildflowers, looking utterly confused. The groom's wiping his hands on his tunic like he just milked a cow that insulted his mother. A priest finally makes a decision. The wedding is off. Not permanently, but for now. Until he can consult the bishop, or maybe a particularly clever monk. It's disappointing, yes, but it's also very medieval. Marriage, in this world, isn't about feeling ready or being in love. It's about fitting into a complex web of laws, blessings, and social expectations that stretch far beyond your cottage door. Later, as you sit by the hearth with your husband, eating soup that's mostly turnip and mystery herbs, you ask him if anyone checked your records before your wedding. He shrugs. Probably not, he says. Too many chickens in the way. You both laugh, but inside you wonder, what is the exact relationship between your grandmother and that woman who gave you a goose last year? Maybe it's best not to ask. The goose woman incident fades into memory, mostly because another wedding is already underway. And this one is loud enough to make the hills blush. You and your husband are invited, though invited in medieval Europe often just means you heard drums and followed the noise. This one's different, not just because it's the mayor's 3rd son, and everyone knows he has a flair for the dramatic, but because this wedding is less of a ceremony and more of an endurance event. 4 full days of celebration, 3 separate meals a day, and enough ale to pickle a monastery. This is not your average medieval union. You arrive halfway through day 2, and the bride already looks like she needs to lie down. Her cheeks are flushed, her gown is streaked with wine, and someone has laced a live pigeon into her floral crown. It's unclear whether that was intentional. This is what they call a multi-day marriage feast, a tradition that, while most common among the wealthy, sometimes trickled down to anyone with enough savings and ambition to pull it off. Weddings were one of the few times in a medieval peasant's life where food was abundant, drink flowed freely, and nobody could yell at you for skipping work. You soon find yourself pulled into a long wooden hall that smells like roasting meat, sweat, wet dog, and happiness. A harpist is playing something lively. A child is chasing a goose in circles under the table, possibly related to the earlier goose woman. And someone is serving what looks like bread pudding made with turnips. You're not sure if it's good, but you eat 3 helpings anyway. But the real heart of the celebration isn't the food, it's the dancing. And not the elegant courtly kind you've read about in romances. No, this is mud sloshing, knee thumping, someone's shoe flew off dancing. It lasts for hours. You are dragged in. You try to resist. You fail. Your dress is too long, your shoes are too loose, and the barn floor is damp. Still, you manage a few twirls before someone slams into your side and you nearly crash into the stew pot. Everyone cheers. Apparently, that's part of the choreography. And here's where the fashion choices make things worse. You're wearing 8 layers of wool in July. Because that's what's expected. Because being sweaty and dignified is better than being cool and scandalous. You're now 90% perspiration and 10% barley bread. One guest faints from heat. Another drinks too much and begins reciting terrible poetry about cabbage. A third declares he's going to joust someone over a spilled drink, despite the fact that he has no horse and only one functional boot. Historians still argue whether these multi-day feasts were truly common outside of noble circles or mostly reserved for the upper crust of society. But records from the time do show that even rural villagers would sometimes pool resources to throw multi-day celebrations, especially if the couple was well-liked or the harvest had been particularly kind. You're shown to a low bench and handed a tankard of bride ale, a strong honey-sweetened beer brewed, especially for the occasion. And yes, it's strong. You take one sip and instantly forget the names of all your cousins. Someone toasts the couple in Latin. Someone else toasts the pig that was roasted for dinner. You're starting to suspect that any noun can be toasted if enough ale is involved. A quirky detail floats your way from an older man who's very fond of your husband's elbow. In some regions, it was custom for the bride and groom to dance with every single guest, not out of politeness, but as a fertility blessing. So yes, if 200 people attend your wedding, that's 200 twirls, dips, and awkward shuffles to remember. You're grateful your own wedding was less ambitious. But there's something about this chaos that feels right. Marriage in the Middle Ages isn't just a quiet bond between two people. It's a public alliance, a celebration that drags the whole village into its orbit. The noise, the heat, the food, the flutes. It's all part of proving that this union matters, that it's worth celebrating for days, even if everyone collapses by the end of it. As the sun sets on day 2, and you find yourself lying in a pile of cloaks beside a piglet who's wearing a flower garland, you sigh. Your feet are sore. Your dress is ruined. You've eaten something questionable involving goose fat and pickled onions. But you're part of something. You're inside the rhythm of medieval life, where love might be rare, but celebration is loud and very, very long. And tomorrow? Day 3. Hope your shoes survive. By day 3, the piglet with the flower garland is now wearing someone's shoe. The harpist has passed out in the grain bin, and you've been toasted so many times that you instinctively raise your mug every time someone breathes. Still, you're here. And so is the bride ale, because tonight is dedicated to honoring the bride through drink. You'd think things might slow down by now, but no. The mood is rising again. People are shouting her name, chanting crude rhymes, and clinking mugs with the rhythmic enthusiasm of a thunderstorm. At the heart of it all is an age-old tradition. The bride ale or brute ale, depending on who's slurring it. The bride ale isn't just a beverage, it's an event. It's a custom-brewed batch of beer or mead created specifically for the wedding, often overseen by the bride's family and sold during the feast. Proceeds went to support the new couple, making it a sort of medieval GoFundMe, only frothier and with a much higher risk of someone singing on a table. You see the bride now, rosy-cheeked, tipsy, glowing. She's holding a small jug with ribbons tied around the handle. Every guest who takes a sip leaves a coin in a clay dish beside her. It's not just generosity, it's tradition. You feel obligated, but also oddly proud. She's earned this moment. In Saxon England, bride ales were so popular they evolved into full-on legal fundraisers. If you needed to collect money for something, like repairing your thatch roof or buying a new ox, you might throw a fake wedding feast just to host a bride ale. The church eventually stepped in to stop this, because of course they did. But for a while, the line between matrimony and party planning was beautifully blurry. You accept a mug of the brew and sip cautiously. It's thick, sweet, slightly alarming. It tastes like honey, time, and possibly despair. But you smile anyway. It's a rite of passage now. You're part of the group. Next to you, someone recites a toast that goes wildly off topic, ending in a long monologue about the superior temperament of cows compared to wives. People laugh. Someone throws a bread roll. It's unclear if it's affectionate or an attack. And then comes a strange new game. Each table must compose a quick rhyme in honor of the bride. Yours comes up with something about her hair being brighter than the smithy's fire, and her knees stronger than the village mill. The logic's shaky, but the applause is thunderous. Historians still argue whether bride ales were sincere blessings or thinly veiled public tests of popularity. One thing is clear. They were often the only time in a woman's life when the entire village celebrated her, specifically by name. Not as a wife or mother or worker, but as a person worthy of song, drink, and poetic nonsense. A quirky detail floats in from across the hall. In parts of Norway, special bride beer was made with herbs that supposedly encouraged fertility. If the beer turned sour, it was seen as a bad omen, suggesting the marriage might struggle, or worse, that the bride was secretly cursed by woodland spirits. No pressure. You're watching the bride now as she dances in a slow, stomping circle, her veil trailing behind her, the clay dish at her feet jingling with coins. She's surrounded by villagers, relatives, children trying to sneak tastes of the ale, and that one goose who keeps showing up at every major event, like it's planning a memoir. Your husband taps your shoulder, nods toward a smaller group by the fire. They're telling stories, tales of legendary marriages, cursed unions, and one scandalous match where a groom ran off with his bride's sister during the bride ale. The storyteller pauses dramatically and takes a long drink. You swear you hear someone mutter, "Still worth the price of the beer, though." In this moment, you realize something. Medieval weddings aren't linear. They don't follow the tidy script of a modern timeline. Ceremony, vows, reception, and done. They're messy, sprawling, overlapping rituals, where symbolism and celebration mingle until no one's entirely sure what's custom and what's just what happened last year. Still, the bride ale stands out as a distinctly communal gesture. It's not about romance, it's about support. The bride isn't simply admired, she's invested in, financially, socially. The ale is proof that her village, for all its gossip and odd haircuts, has her back. The ale grows stronger as the night deepens. People dance barefoot. Someone breaks a jug and insists it was part of the performance. The bride disappears briefly, only to return with a crown of wheat and a spoon. You're not sure if this is a real tradition or just the ale talking, but no one questions it. And as you finally slip outside for fresh air, the stars spill overhead like scattered barley. Your head spins, but gently. You hear laughter from the open windows. You smell spilt ale, fresh bread, sweat, and a hint of time. You take one last sip, raise your mug quietly, and whisper a toast to bride ales. Long may they be weird, and long may they last. Morning comes, but your head arrives several minutes later. The bride ale still clings to your breath like a ghost, and your knees make a noise when you stand that probably violates canon law. But none of that matters, because today is about dowries, those fascinating bundles of goods, promises, and livestock that decide whether a marriage begins with hope or with immediate legal disputes over salt. Your husband is already outside talking with your father, who looks suspiciously like he's bartering. And he is. Not over you anymore. You're already signed, sealed, and slightly rumpled, but over the details of what your marriage brought with it. Because in medieval Europe, a wedding wasn't just between two people. It was between two economic portfolios. A dowry could be anything: land, animals, silver coins, even something as unglamorous as a barrel of salted fish. Your own dowry included a wooden chest, 2 goats, a winter cloak, and the rights to graze 4 sheep on your family's pasture during Lent. That last bit sounded generous until you realized your husband doesn't even own sheep. So now it's just theoretical generosity. Today, though, you're watching the other bride, the mayor's niece, receive her wedding dowry in front of the whole village. It's a public ritual, complete with ceremonial handing over of items, while the priest mutters something about the sanctity of grain. You try to look solemn, while also wondering how old that wheel of cheese is. Her dowry is impressive: 2 fine cloaks, fur-lined, a chest of dried herbs, a jar of imported cinnamon, and, wait for it, a small patch of forest. Not for cutting trees, but for gathering mushrooms and hunting the occasional rabbit. That's a very good sign. If marriage is an alliance, then this one just added some serious woodland leverage. A quirky side note: in some medieval regions, salt was such a precious commodity that it was accepted as dowry payment. A bride might bring several sacks of it, each sealed with wax and marked with her family's emblem. In places where winters were harsh, salt equaled survival, and thus value. Historians still debate whether dowries empowered women or just commodified them further. On one hand, dowries gave a bride a financial stake in the marriage, which could offer her some leverage, especially if the agreement stated that the dowry must be returned if the husband died or ran off with a traveling lute player. On the other hand, the expectation to provide a dowry put pressure on poor families and often determined whether a girl would marry at all. In some extreme cases, fathers sent daughters to convents simply because they couldn't afford the required payment for a respectable marriage. Other girls were married off very young because a good dowry offer came and the family couldn't afford to wait. It's not so much romance as it is timing, property, and goats. Back in the square, there's mild drama. One of the mayor's niece's dowry cows has wandered off. Children are dispatched. Someone yells, "Check near the cider barrels," because of course a cow would go there. You watch the groom carefully inspect the cloak lining, perhaps checking for moths or just pretending to know how to value fur. The priest steps forward and makes the sign of the cross over the chest of herbs. People murmur. It's unclear if it's for blessing or just to keep the garlic from rolling out. And then it's over. The items are handed off, witnessed, and now belong to the new household. If the marriage falls apart, these goods might become evidence in a village tribunal. If it thrives, they'll become family heirlooms, whispered about over fires as your grandmother's cloak or that rabbit patch where we caught nothing but fleas. That night, your own dowry chest sits at the foot of your bed. It's not fancy. The wood is cracked in places, and one hinge creaks like it's being haunted by a disappointed carpenter. But it's yours. You lift the lid and run your fingers over the folded cloak, the jar of dried peas, the soap you still haven't used, and the small bag of salt tied with twine. There's even a tiny wooden comb carved by your uncle, shaped like a bird with one wing shorter than the other. It doesn't feel like treasure, but in this world, it is. It's proof that someone once measured your worth in goods and animals, not because they didn't love you, but because that's how love worked here. Tangible, transferable, negotiated with handshakes and witnessed by goats. You close the chest. The room is quiet. Your husband snores beside you, mouth open, dreams probably full of salted turnips and dancing geese. And you think, at least the goats were healthy. The goats were, in fact, very healthy, which is good, because one of them is now staring at you through the open door, like it expects breakfast and an apology. But you have other things on your mind, like the news that's just reached the village. A prisoner is getting married. It's not every day you hear that. But in medieval Europe, weddings in prison weren't as rare as you'd think. Sometimes they were tragic. Other times, bizarre. And often, just another legal arrangement where emotions were optional and urgency was everything. You follow the whispers to the village edge, where a small wooden stockade houses a man who, according to local gossip, was caught stealing apples, insulting a bishop, or possibly borrowing a mule without asking. No one seems to know. But what's certain is that he's getting married today. He's not a noble, not a knight, just a tired-looking man in a frayed tunic with wrists rubbed raw from rope. And beside him, a woman you've never seen before. She's older than him, wearing a gray veil and clutching a small purse that looks suspiciously heavy. Her face is calm, but her eyes flicker like someone mentally checking off a list. And just like that, the priest arrives, huffing, muttering, carrying a Bible and a piece of chalk. A few guards clear space. A few onlookers clear their throats. Then it begins, right there, through the bars. Medieval law allowed marriages to be performed under almost any condition, as long as consent and witnesses were present. It didn't matter if you were in a chapel, a field, or ankle deep in someone else's mud. And yes, even prison marriages were binding, sometimes rushed through before execution or arranged to secure inheritance rights. That's what this looks like. You hear a murmur behind you. She inherits his debts. She must be mad. Another voice says, no, Clever. He owes less than her last husband did. You blink. Oh. So this is strategic debt absorption. A grim but oddly practical kind of medieval financial chess. A quirky tradition pops into your head. In parts of the 14th century Italy, prisoners could sometimes avoid execution if they married quickly enough, especially if the bride was wealthy or influential. The logic? A married man was seen as more socially integrated and therefore worth sparing. Love? Optional. Timing? Everything. Historians still argue whether these death-avoiding marriages were sanctioned by law or just tolerated out of custom. But records show enough sudden jailhouse unions to suggest that people knew the loophole and used it. Back in the present, the priest recites the vows. The prisoner leans forward through the bars. The woman steps closer. Their hands meet, awkwardly, as if holding an eel instead of fingers. She says, "Yes." He says, "Also yes," with a wince. Someone cheers. Someone else coughs. And then it's done. The priest steps back and begins scrawling their names in chalk on the side of the stockade. A temporary record, but one that matters. It marks the shift from prisoner to husband, from stranger to inheritor. You wonder if they'll ever live together, if he'll be released, if this is about love, loyalty, or just really unfortunate bookkeeping. The woman walks away without looking back, her purse clinking faintly. The man slumps down, expression unreadable. Someone offers him bread. He refuses. You walk home in silence, your mind buzzing. Medieval marriage isn't about romance. It's about utility, survival, social structure. Sometimes it's about merging fields. Other times, it's about transferring goats. And on rare occasions, like today, it's about trying to start a life even when yours is behind bars. Later that night, you mention it to your husband. He shrugs and says, "I mean, good for them." Then adds, "You'd marry me if I were in prison, right?" You pretend to think about it. "I'd wait to see what you were in for," you reply. He laughs. You laugh. But a part of you wonders, how thin is the line between partnership and contract? How far would one go, in this world, to secure safety through ceremony? As you drift to sleep, you imagine the jailhouse couple again. Two people linked not by passion, but by law. Perhaps someday they'll share a hearth. Or perhaps there'll always be a story told with a smirk and a shrug. Either way, they're married. And in this world, that means something. It's nearly dawn when you hear it. Two people whispering near the chapel ruins at the edge of the woods. You shouldn't be out here, but curiosity walks louder than common sense. And besides, you've heard the rumors. Someone is eloping. Elopement in medieval Europe wasn't just about passion or rebellion. It was a gamble. Sometimes, it was an act of desperation. Other times, a tactical strike before a wealthier suitor could swoop in. And in many cases, it was simply the only way to marry for love. You move closer, staying behind the hedgerow. A girl stands beside a boy in a faded green tunic. You recognize them both. They've been sneaking glances at each other at every market day. And now here they are, out of breath, wide-eyed, clutching hands like they're gripping the edge of the known world. They speak quietly, nervously. She holds a little book of prayers. He's brought a coin, probably to bribe the traveling friar who's supposed to meet them here. The friar is late, of course. It's not easy being on call for midnight marriages. Elopement was surprisingly common in the Middle Ages, especially among lower classes. If your family's disapproved, or your dowry wasn't ready, or a rival suitor was suddenly favored, you might take matters into your own hands. No fancy feast, no embroidered gown, just vows whispered under an ash tree, and hope the priest doesn't mind breaking curfew. But here's the twist. Under canon law, if two people exchange vows freely and in present tense, even without a priest or witness, it still counted. That's right. You could be married just by saying, I take you as my husband, wife, in the right way, with the right intention, and boom, instant legal and spiritual consequences. Historians still argue whether these clandestine marriages were encouraged, tolerated, or outright despised by the church. Officially, priests were supposed to discourage them. But in practice, enforcement was spotty at best, especially if the couple had already, let's say, pre-celebrated the honeymoon. You crouch lower as another figure emerges, hooded, hunched, muttering Latin under his breath. The friar. He looks like he'd rather be anywhere else, but he opens his book, sighs deeply, and begins the rite. The boy speaks first. His voice cracks. The girl squeezes his hand. When it's her turn, she nearly whispers, yes, but it still echoes like a bell. No one claps. No one throws petals. The only witness is the moonlight. And, well, you. Hiding behind a bush, wrapped in your cloak and moral uncertainty. The friar mumbles a blessing. The couple kisses briefly, awkwardly, and then vanishes into the trees, probably heading for a borrowed hayloft or an aunt's cottage across the river. Tomorrow, people will wonder where they've gone. By the time they're found, they'll already be husband and wife. You stay behind for a moment, letting the silence settle. There's something stirring about it. No feast, no priest, no dowry, just two people saying yes to each other. But there are risks. If the girl's family contests the union, they could drag her home and try to annul it, especially if it was unconsummated. If the boy turns out to be a liar or disappears, she might be branded as impure, even though the vows were real. In some regions, girls were hidden for 40 days after eloping, just in case someone tried to snatch them back before the marriage was legally protected. That's right. You'd have to play medieval hide-and-seek until the clock ran out on the annulment window. A quirky tidbit. In parts of England and Wales, couples sometimes jumped over a broomstick as a symbolic gesture of crossing into married life. No, it wasn't just a myth. It was cheap, fast, and symbolic. And for those too poor or too afraid to find a priest, it got the job done, at least in the court of public opinion. You walk home slowly, watching the stars blink out one by one. The village is still asleep. No one saw what you saw. No one knows that another marriage has joined the tangled web of love, property, and whispered secrets. Back in your cottage, your husband's still asleep. You lie beside him, not touching, but not far. You wonder, if the two of you had been forbidden to marry, would you have run through the woods at dawn? Would he have waited by the ash tree? It's hard to say. Your marriage began with arrangements, goats, and barley broth. But somehow, slowly, it's turning into something quieter, warmer. Not everyone gets a feast. Not everyone wants one. Sometimes just saying, I choose you, even if no one else hears it, is the bravest kind of vow there is. The next morning is uneventful, until someone gets kidnapped. You're sipping broth by the hearth when the shouting begins. A crowd gathers near the edge of the village, where three men, laughing, slightly drunk, and very proud of themselves, are hauling a struggling girl across the road. She's kicking, but not too hard. Her veil is crooked, Her cousin is waving a stick like a sword, and no one looks alarmed, because this, strangely enough, is normal. You've stumbled into a tradition still alive in many medieval regions, the mock bride abduction, or, as the locals like to call it, the customary screaming. And yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. The idea is simple. The bride is symbolically stolen from her family before the wedding, usually by the groom and his friends. She's dragged, carried, or coaxed away in a chaotic parade full of shouting, giggling, and the occasional flying shoe. Sometimes the family fights back, brandishing sticks or throwing bread rolls. It's all in fun, or so they insist. You watch as the kidnappers hoist the bride into a wooden cart filled with straw. One trips over a turnip. The bride rolls her eyes but lets herself be jostled along, her veil flapping like a battle flag. The groom is nowhere in sight. He's waiting at the meeting point, probably nervously polishing his boots and wondering if this counts as foreplay. A quirky note for your mental scrapbook. In parts of Eastern Europe, this tradition evolved into a full theatrical event where the bride would be ransomed back by her family. The price? Ale, bread, or, in one hilarious case documented in 15th century Hungary, a small piglet painted with red stripes. Historians still argue whether these customs had darker origins, perhaps rooted in real historical bride capture, which was practiced in some early societies, or if they were always symbolic, dramatized to add spice and screaming to otherwise solemn events. Back in your village, the parade has reached the green. Children follow behind with sticks, imitating the groom's warrior friends. The bride's mother throws a handful of peas for luck. And finally, the bride is handed off, ceremoniously, almost reverently, to the groom. She straightens her gown. He bows awkwardly. They smile, and suddenly, it feels real. You turn to your neighbor, a woman with more eyebrow than patience, and ask, "Do they always do this?" She snorts. "Not always. Just when they like each other." It makes sense. In a world where so many marriages are arranged, negotiated, or practically forced, a fake abduction becomes a weird, loud way of saying, "We chose this," or at least, "We're okay with this." And for the bride, it's often her last moment of freedom. Before she becomes a wife, a mother, a name attached to someone else's field, or goat count, she gets to laugh, struggle, and play the heroine in her own story, even if it's muddy and full of beetles. Later that evening, you hear about another couple where the bride refused to be rescued until her groom sang a full ballad, off-key, with panpipes. He did. She married him anyway. Barely. You start to think about your own wedding. No one kidnapped you. No one threw peas. But maybe they would have if you'd smiled more. If the match had been looser, or your family less serious. You're not sure if you missed out or dodged something messy and vaguely bruising. You sit beside your husband now, sharing a heel of bread. He says, "If you'd tried to run, I'd have caught you." You raise an eyebrow. "You think so?" He shrugs. "Eventually. Maybe after I fix my boot." You smile into the firelight. There's something deeply human in all this chaos. The shouting, the role play, the bread missiles. Medieval weddings are often stiff, ceremonial affairs. But this one moment, the pretend chase, the exaggerated drama, feels oddly modern. Like theater. Like flirting with tradition while secretly poking fun at it. And when the bride finally steps into the church, hair tousled, cheeks red, surrounded by giggling children and out-of-breath cousins, she looks alive, not just a figure in a contract, a person who screamed, fought, and still said yes. And that counts for something. It's late now, and the fire's down to glowing embers. Most of the guests have staggered off with aching feet, full bellies, and questionable memories. But the bride and groom aren't alone tonight. Not entirely. Because perched on the edge of their bed is someone no one asked for and no one really understands. The wedding bed guest. Yes, that's a thing. You're still adjusting to your own married life, but you've already heard whispers about this curious tradition. A stranger, or near stranger, sleeping in the bed with the newlyweds to bring good luck, fertility, or just to supervise, depending on which version your local culture follows. Tonight, it's the groom's great aunt Ingrid, who smells strongly of onions and is currently fluffing the straw mattress like she's about to perform surgery. No one dares question her, least of all the bride, who looks both honored and horrified. This ancient and extremely weird custom varies from place to place. In some parts of Scandinavia and the Germanic states, a bed witness, often a midwife or elder, would literally sit at the foot of the bed during the first night to confirm that the marriage had been completed. No one likes to talk about how exactly she confirmed that. Other regions had a gentler interpretation. The presence of a wise woman, or even a child, was thought to bless the marriage, ward off evil spirits, and ensure a strong start. The logic being, nothing kills passion quite like Aunt Ingrid aggressively knitting in the corner. You overhear someone mutter, "At least she didn't bring her goose," which, given this village's track record, feels like a real possibility. A quirky example, in parts of Wales and Brittany, a female friend of the bride would share the bed for the first night. Not in any romantic way, but as a comforting figure, meant to ease the bride's nerves. She'd lie on one side, the groom on the other, like a human marital buffer zone. Historians still argue whether these practices were meant to preserve virtue, enforce social order, or simply give nosy relatives an excuse to loiter. Some even believe it came from older pagan customs, where a third party acted as a spiritual anchor, linking the couple to their community and to the land. Tonight, you watch as Ingrid pulls out a pouch of herbs, tosses a pinch into each corner of the room, and then announces, "For the womb," to no one in particular. The couple nods. What else can they do? The bed isn't large. The air smells like wood smoke, sage, and fear. You imagine the three of them lying there, groom stiff as a board, bride trying not to laugh, and Ingrid softly humming a lullaby from a war she insists she won. Romance, in the medieval world, has a strange sense of humor. You wonder, who slept in your bed that night? No one, thankfully. But your mother did peek in the door at least twice and left a candle burning to ward off winter spirits. It had the opposite effect. You barely slept for fear the place would catch fire. Still, these traditions serve a purpose. Marriage is rarely private in medieval Europe. From the feast to the dowry to the bedding ceremony, everything is witnessed, blessed, documented, and, if necessary, chaperoned. Even your most intimate moments are laced with superstition, surveillance, and community input. Later, you sit on your own bed, combing out your hair and thinking about Ingrid, about the layers of meaning packed into that cramped sleeping space. She's not just there to bother them. She's there to connect generations, to guard against whatever dark things creep between shadows and expectations. And in a world where childbirth is dangerous, disease is lurking, and food stores depend on weather and luck, a little extra blessing never hurts. A soft knock. Your husband enters, holding 2 mugs of lukewarm cider and a smirk. So, should we invite your uncle to sleep at our feet tonight? He teases. You shake your head. Only if he brings his accordion, for protection. You both laugh, and for a moment, you feel that strange, unexpected glow. Gratitude. That in all the bizarre customs, uncomfortable beds, and mystery herbs, you somehow ended up with someone you can laugh with in the dark. The fire dims. The air cools. Somewhere, Aunt Ingrid is probably snoring with violent optimism. And you pull the blanket up to your chin, smile at the ceiling, and whisper, "Thank goodness no one's watching." The morning sun filters through the shutters in pale streaks, and for once, you don't wake to shouting or a goat chewing the thatch. It's quiet, eerily so. That can only mean one thing. A child marriage is happening today. You rise slowly, heart heavy, because this is the part of medieval marriage that's harder to laugh about. In many parts of Europe, the law allowed children as young as 12 for girls and 14 for boys to legally marry. And yes, sometimes even younger, with the right permissions and enough money exchanging hands. Today's bride is maybe 11, maybe 12. Small, quiet, and barely tall enough to lift the hem of the ceremonial tunic she's wearing. The groom? 9, possibly 10. Dressed in a tunic that doesn't fit, with a wooden belt too big for his waist, and a wreath slipping down over one ear. You stand near the edge of the crowd, unsure how to feel. It's a bright day, the kind birds like to sing on. A cart rolls past carrying sweetbread and linens. A few of the women coo softly. How sweet, as if this is a play, not a binding legal contract. But this is binding, even if they're just children. In most cases, these marriages weren't expected to be consummated until later. The couple might live apart, grow up in different houses, or spend years married on paper before ever sharing a bed. But the contract? That was signed now, and the implications rippled through their entire lives. You watch as the priest stumbles through the vows, trying not to smile. The girl mumbles something, her voice barely louder than a sparrow's. The boy nods too hard and nearly knocks his wreath to the ground. Historians still argue how common these early unions were. Among nobility, they were certainly strategic, used to secure alliances, pass on titles, or settle debts. The infamous marriage of Isabella of Valois to Richard II of England took place when she was 6 years old. 6. A marriage more political than personal, more crown than cradle. Among common folk, though, child marriages were rarer, but not unheard of, especially if land was involved, or if a dowry was promised, and the family feared losing the opportunity. And while most were formalities that wouldn't become real until both parties were older, the psychological weight was real enough. That girl standing there now, she may not fully understand what's happening, but she'll grow up with a new title, new expectations, and a future already carved into someone else's plan. A quirky detail floats into your memory. In parts of the 13th century Italy, a betrothal could happen in infancy, with the baby's hand touched to a document and a tiny ring slipped onto a toe or finger. Families celebrated it with wine and song, as if pre-assigning your toddler's entire adulthood was a festive milestone. You glance around and see mixed reactions. One old man shakes his head, muttering, "Too young. Shouldn't start a marriage before you know how to pluck a chicken." A woman nearby sighs dreamily. "They'll grow together. That's the best way. Maybe, or maybe they'll grow apart, silently, while pretending they didn't." As the ceremony ends, the children are led away, not to a betting chamber, thank heavens, but to their families' homes. The bride carries a small woven doll. The groom clutches a slice of honeyed bread. They look like they've just played a game with rules they didn't write. You walk back home in thoughtful silence. It makes you reflect on your own marriage. Not perfect, not passionate, but at least yours. You had a say. You knew the rules, even if they were ridiculous. You were a full person, with calloused hands and memories, when you stood beside your husband and said yes. That girl won't say a real yes for years, if ever. Later, you and your husband share a quiet dinner. You tell him about the child bride. He frowns, then nods. That's not marriage. That's chess. He's right. These unions aren't about love. They're about positioning, like pawns on a board, moved by unseen hands with old grudges and livestock to negotiate. Still, the fire crackles. The bread is warm. The bed is small, but shared. You lie down, thinking of the doll in the bride's arms, the way she held it tighter than she held her groom's hand. You hope, when she grows, she gets to keep some part of herself. Not everything should be given away just because it was offered. A sharp knock at your door breaks the morning silence. It's a messenger boy, dusty, barefoot, and clearly overpaid in barley. He holds out a scroll, sealed with beeswax, and the unmistakable hasty mark of the village scribe. You open it. Your cousin's getting married, again. But this time, the ceremony will take place 40 miles away, at her new husband's family estate, which wouldn't be so strange if they hadn't already been married last month in your village. You were there. You watched her trip into the wedding soup. And now, apparently, they're doing it again. So begins the oddly common practice of multiple wedding ceremonies, often held in different locations, and sometimes weeks or even months apart. You strap on your boots, groan at the thought of walking through brambles and gossip for a second round of vows, and wonder why anyone thought this was a good idea. As you trudge along the muddy road, you remember what your aunt told you. One ceremony makes it binding, two makes it remembered. In medieval Europe, local custom ruled everything, and in some regions, a single wedding just wasn't enough. If a marriage involved two people from different towns, or, heaven help us, different dialects, then both communities often insisted on hosting their own ceremony. That way, no one could claim ignorance, and everyone got a chance to eat boiled cabbage and misidentify distant cousins. You arrive 2 days later, blistered and mildly insulted by nature, only to find the preparations already in full swing. There's a pig roasting on a spit the size of a wagon. The bride is being fitted into a new dress, slightly less fire damage than the first. And the groom's mother is inspecting the goose feathers in the bedding with military precision. You make it just in time to hear the priest's opening line. Again, the same vows, same blessings, same ceremonial bread broken over their heads like it's a stale halo. But the crowd, completely different. Aunts, uncles, and neighbors you've never met are sobbing like this is the climax of a tragic ballad. One woman keeps repeating, "It's just so beautiful," despite having only arrived 5 minutes ago. Historians still argue whether repeating the ceremony served a legal purpose or was simply cultural theater. In some places, a second wedding helped reinforce the alliance, reassure skeptical relatives, or provide documentation in communities where records were optimistic at best. In noble circles, multiple ceremonies could stretch across regions or kingdoms, often delayed by travel, war, or a really bad case of plague. And yes, there were practical reasons too. If a bride moved far from home, it was common for her family to host an initial ceremony, a farewell of sorts, before sending her off to her husband's land for the real marriage, complete with local blessings and an unfortunate feast involving suspicious sausages. A quirky tidbit. In some German regions, the Heimführung, literally home leading, was its own standalone event, where the groom's family would escort the bride to her new home with music, lanterns, and occasional livestock. This could occur days after the wedding and was sometimes treated like a second celebration, with more ale and frequently more injuries. Back at the estate, you're pulled into a group tasked with carrying the bride's dowry chest into the bedchamber. It's heavier than last time. Apparently, they added new linens and 2 jars of goose fat, either for cooking or marital preservation, depending on who you ask. The couple looks exhausted. They smile, wave, nod at toasts, and whisper to each other in a language made mostly of sighs. You catch the bride's eye. She mouths, "Again?" You nod in sympathy. Later, as the musicians tune their fiddles and someone starts warming the leftover ale, a mistake, you sit near the fire and reflect. In this world, repetition isn't redundancy, it's reassurance. A second wedding isn't just a copy, it's a confirmation. For some, it's a fresh chance. For others, it's an obligation fulfilled. Either way, it cements the marriage deeper into the collective memory of 2 places, 2 families, 2 goat herds, now destined to awkwardly graze side by side. Your husband arrives beside you, brushing hay off his tunic. "Third ceremony's in the spring," he jokes. You groan. But secretly, you kind of hope it is. Because sometimes, the promise doesn't settle in with just one vow. Sometimes it needs to echo. Twice. You've barely recovered from the second ceremony, and the goose fat soup that followed, when you're jolted awake by drums. Not the celebratory kind. These have teeth. Deep thudding beats that seem to shake the very air. You throw open the shutters, and there, under a leaden sky, is a circle of dancers stomping around a new wedding tent. It's another marriage. Of course it is, but this one's different. No flowers, no songs, no smiling priest with wine-stained sleeves. Instead, you see iron knives buried in the ground around the altar, salt piled in small bowls along the path, and 2 anxious-looking parents clutching rosary beads as if something might interrupt the ceremony at any moment. Because tonight, they're not just honoring the bride and groom. They're also keeping the devil away. Welcome to the darker side of medieval matrimony. The rituals, tokens, and outright superstitions that surrounded weddings with as much intensity as the vows themselves. In a world where illness strikes without warning, crops fail after a single bad frost, and demons might slip through a cracked window, marriage needs protection. Lots of it. As you approach the gathering, a woman smears something on the doorpost of the tent, dark and sticky. You don't ask what it is. You don't want to know. Then someone hands you a sprig of rosemary and tells you to put it in your left boot, so you won't bring ghosts. You oblige. Every culture in medieval Europe had its own way of keeping bad luck and dark spirits at bay during weddings. In some regions, iron was driven into the ground around the ceremony space to repel evil. Elsewhere, salt circles were drawn beneath the bridal bed, both for purity and protection. And in one particularly intense Italian tradition, the bride carried a tiny onion in her apron to ward off curses and maybe unwanted suitors. A quirky detail? In parts of Ireland, wedding guests would shout insults at the bride as she approached the altar, not out of meanness, but to confuse lurking spirits who might want to curse her marriage. The spirits, it was believed, would follow the noise and then forget who they were targeting. Medieval ghosts, apparently, were very distractible. Historians still debate whether these superstitions were rooted in pre-Christian beliefs or simply local customs born from centuries of shared fears. Either way, they show how marriage, for all its legal weight and holy trappings, was seen as a spiritual vulnerability, a moment when a soul stepped from one identity to another and could easily be snagged by something unseen. You watch as the bride steps forward. She's pale, focused, holding a tiny knife between her fingers. Not for defense, though that would be understandable, but as a symbol of readiness, of protection. Her groom, slightly taller than she is and clearly sweating through his fur-lined tunic, holds a string of garlic cloves tied to his belt. They're ready. The ceremony begins with a chant instead of a hymn. A grandmother mutters something in Old High German, while a child shakes a pouch of pebbles rhythmically. And when the vows are finally spoken, they're not directed just at each other, but also at the crowd, the land, and whatever might be watching from the trees. Then comes the moment everyone's waiting for, the shattering of the curse pot. You'd almost forgotten. A clay pot filled with ashes, iron shavings, and bitter herbs is hurled into the fire. It explodes with a loud pop, releasing a cloud of gray smoke that smells like scorched garlic and burnt sage. Everyone cheers. Evil, apparently, is not a fan of dramatic exits. The couple embraces, briefly but fiercely. Then the drums start again, and this time they sound like triumph, not warning. As night falls, the guests settle into drinking and quiet murmurs. No one toasts too loudly. No one jokes too hard. There's a shared respect in the air, the kind that comes from knowing how fragile life is and how powerful fear can be. Later, as you walk home through the trees, you remember your own wedding. No curse pots, no salt circles, just a bucket of beer, a dancing goose, and your husband stepping on your foot during the vows. Still, you wonder, what did your family do, quietly, to keep evil away? Was that why your grandmother burned rosemary the morning of the ceremony? Or why your mother kissed both your cheeks and whispered, "Twice for luck, once for the saints"? You didn't question it then, but you understand it now. Because love, in this world, isn't just fragile. It's visible, exposed, a flare in the night sky. And sometimes, all it takes is a cracked pot and a little salt to keep the shadows at bay. You're sweeping the hearth, minding your own business, when a shriek breaks through the village square. A girl, barefoot, wild-eyed, clutching her skirts, is running down the main road. Her braid is unraveling. A dog barks after her, confused. Behind her, a group of men, including what looks like her husband, are giving chase, but no one's quite fast enough. She darts past your door, leaps over a pig trough, and disappears into the woods. You stand frozen, broom midair, because you've just witnessed something rare, but very real in parts of medieval Europe. A runaway wife. But this isn't just youthful rebellion or dramatic cold feet. In some medieval communities, especially in parts of Scandinavia, the Low Countries, and rural France, A bride who fled her new husband within a very specific time frame could actually void the marriage. No annulment paperwork, no bishops, just bare feet and a head start. You toss your broom aside and slip out to follow the gossip tide gathering near the baker's cart. People are muttering. She made it past the bridge, someone says. If she crosses into the next village before sunrise, she's free. Another chimes in. It sounds like folklore. And in some cases, maybe it is. But there were customs, unwritten or semi-official, where a bride could invoke her right to reject the marriage by escaping before the first sunrise, or before the marriage was consummated. Some towns even honored this escape as a kind of test. If the bride returned on her own, the marriage stood. If not, the union was considered invalid. Of course, a lot depended on who the families were, how many people saw it happen, and whether someone had bribed the town clerk with a honey cake. Historians still argue whether this was a legal mechanism or more of a tolerated local workaround for unwanted unions. Records are sparse, but oral histories and court documents suggest it happened more than once, and occasionally with the quiet blessing of the bride's family. Quirky detail? In 14th century Flanders, a runaway bride could claim unconsummated distress if she hadn't yet shared the marital bed, citing any number of reasons, including bad omens, the groom's appearance, or a feeling in her bones. If she made it to a church, shrine, or neutral village square, she could demand sanctuary. Back in the village, people are taking sides. She's shamed him, one woman hisses. Maybe he deserved it, someone counters. She'll come back, says a man who sounds more hopeful than confident. You wonder about the bride, where she's going, what she's carrying. Probably nothing but resolve and dirt under her heels. She might sleep in a barn tonight, or be taken in by a distant cousin, or disappear into some quiet hamlet where no one knows her name. But if she stays away long enough, and if the village doesn't chase her too far, the marriage can be undone. No dowry returned, no feasts reimbursed. Just vanished, like steam from a morning kettle. You glance at your husband across the square. He shrugs at the commotion and says, "Think she'll make it?" You reply, "If she's smart, she changed shoes." He nods gravely. It hits you, in that moment, how much agency in medieval marriage was cloaked in ritual, and ritual alone. The girl at the altar often had no real voice. But the girl on the road, she made her own rules. The runaway bride wasn't just avoiding a bad match. She was rejecting the entire structure. The contracts, the blessings, the shared sheep. She was saying, "No, not like this. Not now." And in a world where marriages were nearly impossible to escape without scandal, accusation, or worse, running was, sometimes, the only answer. Later, word spreads that she made it to the next village. The priest there, reluctantly, refused to send her back. Her family remains silent. The groom slinks home alone. And the next day, the town moves on. No one hangs her name on the church door. No one sends the dogs after her. The story will fade into legend, or cautionary tale, or campfire joke, depending on who's telling it. But you'll remember her, the girl who ran, the girl who said no with her feet. And sometimes, in the quiet before sleep, you wonder if you'd needed to run. Would you have? The sky is gray this morning, not dramatic or stormy, just that dull, woolen kind of overcast that makes everything feel slower. But the village is bustling anyway, because today, the strangest wedding of all is taking place. The groom is here. The guests are here. The priest is confused, but ready. And the bride? She's dead. You pull your shawl tighter, stepping quietly toward the chapel, unsure whether you're attending a funeral or a ceremony. The answer, oddly, is both. Today's union isn't between two young lovers or feuding families. It's between a living man and a deceased woman, and somehow, it's completely real. It's called a posthumous marriage, and while rare, it's a documented phenomenon in parts of medieval Europe, especially in France, Germany, and later, even Napoleonic law. The reasons behind it are complex, unsettling, and deeply human. You edge closer and recognize the groom, a mason, maybe 40, standing stiff as timber. His hands are clasped. His face is unreadable. Before him lies a small wooden coffin, draped in flowers. Inside it, his bride, who died just days ago of fever. No one speaks. Then the priest begins the rite. Yes, the real marriage rite. Vows are read aloud. Rings exchanged. A token veil placed atop the casket. The groom touches it once, gently. The priest makes the sign of the cross, and the wedding is sealed. The onlookers exhale as if they've been holding their breath the entire time. Why would anyone do this? The reasons vary. In some cases, it's to legitimize a relationship after the bride's death, especially if she was pregnant. A posthumous wedding could secure the rights of her unborn or recently born child. In others, it was done out of grief, a desperate act of honor and closure, or the fulfillment of a promise made before death. And in some rare, tragic cases, it was due to social pressure, a family attempting to salvage reputation, finalize a dowry agreement, or cement a property deal that was already underway. As if saying, even in death, the contract must be completed. Historians still argue whether these ceremonies were considered fully legal. In most canonical law, marriage requires consent, which a dead person obviously cannot give. But exceptions were made, especially when papal dispensations, powerful families, or sympathetic local clergy were involved. A curious legal gray zone formed. Not quite a marriage, not quite a funeral. A quirky detail. In parts of medieval Germany, a symbolic posthumous bride might be represented by a life-size wooden effigy dressed in the deceased woman's clothes. The groom would marry the figure, sometimes even placing it at the wedding table, where it would remain untouched and untouched again during the feast. There's no feast here today, just a quiet procession to the graveyard, where the bride is buried with a small silver ring on her finger, and the groom places one rose atop the mound of earth. No music, no dancing, just rain beginning to fall in light, tapping drops. You stay behind while the others drift away, shaken. You don't know the groom well, but you know grief. And something about the ceremony, bizarre as it was, felt true. A final yes in a world that so rarely gives people the ending they imagined. You and your husband walk home in silence, the road muddy, the air full of wood smoke and wet leaves. When you reach your door, he pauses and says softly, "Would you have done it? For me?" You don't answer right away. You look at the sky, the soot-lined chimney, the worn boards of your door. Finally, you say, "Maybe, if it would have helped you breathe again." That night, you lie close together. No feasting, no guests, no strange customs or curses or geese in the rafters. Just the quiet thrum of breath, shared under one blanket, in one bed, in one life. And maybe that's enough. Maybe love, in medieval Europe, or anywhere, doesn't always look like joy, or passion, or poetry. Sometimes, it's just showing up for one more ritual, one more vow, one more impossibly human attempt to hold on. even if the other person is already gone. Bizarre fashion and dress codes. In medieval Europe, we slip beneath the linen sheets of history, except, well, they're probably scratchy wool, and drift into the creaky, candlelit world of medieval Europe. Imagine the smell: wood smoke, livestock, and a hint of mildew. You trudge through a muddy village path, tugging at the stiff collar of your only tunic. The color? Earth? The texture? Sack? The fashion statement? Please don't arrest me. That's right. Tonight isn't just about strange clothes. It's about rules. Very weird ones. And they don't just tell people what to wear. They tell them who they are. You could dress above your station and end up fined, flogged, or worse, accused of pride. And pride, back then, wasn't just a sin. It could send you straight to hell. You probably won't survive this fashion week. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And drop your location and local time in the comments. I love seeing where and when you're all tuning in from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wake up itchy. The coarse wool of your shift clings to your skin like a burlap ghost. There's no underwear, no socks, and nothing in your closet but another shift that smells like yesterday's stew. Congratulations, you're a medieval peasant. You don't get to express yourself through clothes. You get to survive them. The daily outfit is built for utility, not flair. Women wear long kirtles, essentially shapeless dresses, while men tie tunics at the waist and layer them over hose. Shoes, if you're lucky. If not, you're barefoot. Or maybe you fashioned something from stitched scraps of hide and twine. It's less cottagecore and more hope I don't get tetanus. Still, fashion matters. Even here, among manure piles and rotting cabbage, the way you dress sends a message. And while you're technically free to wear what you want, everyone around you, the church, the lords, even the market inspectors, are watching. Not for trends, for transgressions. See, wool isn't just warm, it's obedient, it's humble. It says, I know my place. Linen, on the other hand, is a bit fancy. Silk? Huh. If you're caught wearing silk as a peasant, someone's going to assume you stole it, or worse, that you're trying to impersonate a noble. That's a crime. No, really. Historians still argue whether the average peasant actually cared about these fashion boundaries or if they simply couldn't afford to break them. But the laws were clear and enforced. Your village has a woven-in dress code, reinforced by gossip and custom. Everyone knows that Edith the miller's daughter tried to wear a bright green overdress last month. Green, the color of rebirth and fertility. Suddenly, she's pregnant. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe that green fabric brought temptation. Even shoes can spark controversy. The richer sort in town have ankle boots made from actual leather. Some dyed faintly red or yellow, colors permitted only to certain tradespeople. One day, you try to copy the look using berry juice and scrap hide. Bad idea. The local reeve notices, clucks his tongue, and says nothing. But next week, your taxes go mysteriously up. And don't even think about dyeing your tunic black. That color takes a rare mineral to achieve, and unless you're clergy or nobility, people will think you're either mourning someone rich or faking your importance. Either way, it's social death. What about jewelry, you ask? A delicate subject. If you wear a cross made of bone or wood, you're devout. Gold? That's ostentation. Unless, of course, you're a priest, in which case it's fine. And yes, there's hypocrisy built into the system. Medieval people weren't blind to it. They just didn't have TikTok to call it out. Here's a little known quirk. Some folks use scented wax to polish their clothes, usually lavender or rosemary melted into beeswax. It made garments last longer, repel lice, and, crucially, made you smell less like feet. But only those with access to herbs and time could manage this. The scent of rosemary might tell someone, I've got connections, or I'm trying really hard to marry up. And then there are the layers. Not for warmth. For modesty. You wear a shift under a kirtle, under a surcoat, under a cloak. Forget to wear one layer, you're suddenly indecent. A man glimpses your ankle and may have to confess it in church. You blush, he blushes, and suddenly the entire community is fasting. Of course, your Sunday outfit is sacred, literally. You wash it once a year, maybe twice, and it's reserved for Mass and funerals. The best one you own is stitched with a single band of contrasting fabric. Not because it looks good, but because it distinguishes it from your daily grime sponge. The church bells ring, and you pull it on, careful not to rip it on the firewood pile. That's your whole reputation in a single hem. Some scholars say medieval peasants were passive participants in their fashion fate. Others argue they were fiercely creative within their limits, dyeing clothes with onion skin, trading buttons made from horn, or subtly embroidering initials into cuffs. You don't dare challenge the rules outright, but you bend them. You make that itchy wool yours. One more thing. There's an unwritten rule about cleanliness. It doesn't mean what you think. Bathing's rare, but your clothes must appear cared for. A mended tunic says you're humble and hardworking. A torn one says you've given up, or worse, you're a vagrant. And if your cloak smells too much like your goat, you might get seated at the very back of church, or even denied communion. We tend to imagine medieval fashion as a binary. Nobles in velvet, peasants in mud. But in truth, the layers, textures, smells, and silent expectations of your clothes create a whole identity. You may never have read the laws about what to wear, but you live them. And they shape every glance, handshake, and whispered judgment around you. Oh, and one last fringe detail. In some towns, it was believed that if a child wore hand-me-downs from a condemned thief, they'd inherit the criminal's urge. So clothing wasn't just status. It could also be destiny. You pull your cloak tighter as the wind picks up. Tomorrow, you'll try to borrow your cousin's finer shift to attend the market. Risky move. But for now, the fire crackles, the wool scratches, and medieval fashion clings to you, like it always has. You wake up stiff, not just from the straw-stuffed mattress or the damp chill of your timber-framed hut, but from anxiety. Today's market day, and you're planning to wear something controversial. A cloak with a bit of dyed trim you inherited from your uncle, who definitely had opinions above his station. It's not flashy, just a hint of blue. But you've heard whispers. Sumptuary laws are tightening again. Yes, tonight you're slipping into a time where your wardrobe is legally regulated. Not just judged by neighbors or priests, but literally, on paper, forbidden by the crown. Welcome to the deeply weird, ever-shifting world of sumptuary laws. These weren't your run-of-the-mill, don't wear white after Michaelmas suggestions. No, they were laws, like actual written statutes, handed down by kings, dukes, and councils who had some very strong feelings about what you should and should not be wearing. The basic idea: social order. Your clothes must reflect your class, your job, and your gender. If you're a brewer's son, your coat should say beer, not bank. The moment you start dressing above your station, people panic. What if you start thinking above your station next? Historians still argue whether these laws were ever truly enforceable. Some think they were more about scare tactics and public shaming than real punishment. Others point to records of fines and public beatings doled out to cobblers who dared wear imported silk. Let's take a real example. Edward III of England, 1363. The man was deeply concerned that the lower classes were dressing too well. He passed a sumptuary law that said servants couldn't wear cloth worth more than 2 marks. Wives of craftsmen couldn't wear velvet, satin, or embroidered silk. Merchants? No furs. Thank you very much. You had to dress appropriately, which basically meant looking a little miserable. If your clothes looked too nice, the assumption was either A, you were dishonest, or B, you were trying to usurp social norms, which was practically treason light. And it wasn't just England. France, Italy, the Holy Roman Empire, they all had their versions. Florence practically turned it into an art form. In the 1300s, they issued 275 sumptuary laws in just a few decades. That's right. They rewrote the fashion rule book more often than they cleaned the streets, which, by the way, was not often. One quirky law: in some German cities, a widow could only wear black for a specific number of days, not because of mourning traditions, but because black dye was expensive. If she wore it too long, she looked too rich, and that made people uncomfortable. So you step into the dusty town square, cloak flapping gently, that faint streak of forbidden blue visible at the hem. A merchant glances. A priest coughs. You pretend not to notice, but your heart thumps because you know that blue comes from woad, and woad was used by upper-class men to dye their leggings. You're towing a very dangerous line for color, and colors were a huge deal. Certain hues were reserved for certain people. Deep scarlet, reserved for cardinals and high-ranking nobles. Purple, practically sacred, and yes, still holding on to its Roman Empire connotations. Even the amount of color on your garment mattered. Trim too wide? You're flaunting. You want weird? Here's weird. In the 15th century, Scottish towns passed a rule limiting how many buttons a person could wear. Too many buttons meant you had money. And people with money? They were supposed to act modest. So if your sleeve had 12 buttons when it should only have 7, trouble. And, oh, don't forget fur. Fur was more than just cozy. It was class. Ermine, sable, fox, each had its place on the fashion food chain. Peasants could wear sheepskin, or rabbit at best. Try to wear fox? You'd be sniffed out faster than a roast in Lent. In 1337, a law in England literally forbade artisans and yeomen from wearing furs at all. You were allowed to frieze stylishly, but not warmly. Of course, people found loopholes. A wealthy butcher might slap a layer of cloth over his expensive coat, hiding the illegal texture beneath. One Florentine woman was arrested for having gold embroidery inside her hem. That's right, interior embroidery. Hidden, but still a crime. You can't help but wonder, were these laws ever really about morality? Or were they about power? Because they made one thing very clear: fashion wasn't just fabric. It was a map of who you were allowed to be. And God forbid you try to redraw it. Remember that peasant you passed last week with the oddly bright cloak? Turns out he was fined. 3 shillings. Enough to buy food for a week. His crime? Decorative edging. Apparently, the pattern was of noble affectation. You make a note to unpick your cousin's stitching before next Sunday. But here's a fringe detail. Some sumptuary laws targeted specific weddings. If a miller's daughter married a blacksmith's son, the entire wedding party might receive dress guidelines from the local lord: lace length, shoe material, veil transparency. Nothing left to chance. They didn't want a commoner's wedding looking like a knight's. Heaven forbid you trick the in-laws into thinking your family owned land. Historians have unearthed inventories showing confiscated clothing, fancy garments taken from the backs of bakers, cobblers, even monks. Yes, monks. More on that soon. One record from Venice listed a pair of French slippers, crimson silk, with illegal silver thread. Sounds divine. But they cost the owner his standing in the guild. And what if you ignored the law? Well, penalties varied. Fines were most common. But chronic offenders could be publicly humiliated, forced to wear a sign declaring their vanity. Or worse, forced to wear ugly clothes as punishment. Imagine being sentenced to burlap when all you wanted was brocade. You tug your cloak tighter. That streak of blue might just get you in trouble today, but you leave it on, just for now. Because in this strange, itchy, rule-obsessed world, a little defiance feels delicious. You roll out of bed before sunrise again. The rooster hasn't even finished coughing, but there's a church bell ringing 2 villages over, and the smell of baking rye fills the air. Time to get dressed. Today, it's the same tunic as yesterday, patched at the elbows and hemmed roughly with string. But today, you'll be standing next to Sir Godwin's son at the town blessing, and that means your outfit suddenly matters. Let's talk class. Specifically, how fashion shoved class in everyone's face, whether they liked it or not. In medieval Europe, the lines between peasant and noble weren't just in land or language. They were quite literally stitched into your seams. On the low end of the fashion ladder, you've got the peasants. That's you. Wool tunic, hose or breeches if you're lucky. Colors? Dull. Browns, grays, dirty yellows, anything that won't show how many days it's been since you last washed it. You may dream of embroidery, but your thread is for mending, not flaunting. Now, let's say you're feeling bold. Maybe you throw on a slightly longer tunic. Add a cloth belt with a small buckle. Maybe even a hood. Now you're edging into artisan territory. And people notice. They might not say anything, but you'll feel it. The looks, the questions, the who does he think he is? Then you glance across the road and see the nobility gathering. Oh, they're not even trying to blend in. Long, flowing surcoats lined with fur, embroidered crests on their chests, jewel-toned fabrics in crimson and indigo and forest green, gold thread edging that glints in the sun, even through the fog. The nobleman's sleeves alone are a statement. Wide-hanging, impractical, like they're designed to knock over tankards and signal, I don't lift things. Ever. They're not built for work. They're built for presence. Historians still argue whether medieval nobles truly dictated fashion trends or whether they simply amplified what wealth allowed. But one thing's clear. The noble drip wasn't subtle. It was meant to awe you and remind you exactly where you stood. There's this moment where a knight walks past. His cloak drags behind him on the dirt, and it doesn't matter. It could soak up mud, manure, or spilled ale. It still says status. Because if you can afford to ruin fabric that fine, you must be important. You could never do that. You'd patch it. You have patched it. several times. You hear a story from an older woman in town. Her cousin was once hired to wash a baroness's undergown. Just the undergown. Not even the outer layer. The thing was made of imported silk, with pearls stitched into the neckline. Pearls. On an undergown. Meanwhile, your own underlayer is nothing. You skip that luxury and go straight to overlayer every morning. And speaking of women, the class divide is just as stark. A peasant woman might wear a simple gown with a fitted bodice and apron. She'll cover her hair with a modest coif. But the lady of the manor? Oh, she's a spectacle. Brocade, fur-trimmed sleeves that hang like curtains, and a headpiece that looks like it could double as scaffolding. Fashion as architecture. Fun fact, noble women often had their gowns sewn onto them. Literally. You stand still, arms out, while servants stitch you in. Because buttons and laces? That's for people who dress themselves. Meanwhile, you're trying to keep your hose from sliding down one leg because the drawstring broke again, and you haven't had time to fix it properly. So you tie it with twine. Again. Not ideal, but it works. Sort of. You know what doesn't work? Trying to copy noble fashion when you're not noble. There's a baker's apprentice who got bold last spring, dyed his tunic bright blue, started wearing pointed shoes. Thought it might get him noticed by a merchant's daughter. It did. Also got him a visit from the reeve. Had to pay a fine and scrub the castle courtyard for a week, in socks. But here's a twist. Nobles weren't always thrilled about their fancy outfits either. All that embroidery? Expensive. All that fur? Hot. Those absurd sleeves? In the way. And yet, they wore them because they had to. Status cuts both ways. You're not allowed to look too poor. You're not allowed to feel comfortable. Some lords even got creative, blending fashion with propaganda. Like literally sewing their family motto into their sleeves. You raise your goblet, flash your arm, and boom, instant branding. Try doing that with your patched linen shirt. And the clergy? Oh, they were in their own category. More on that chaos later. But for now, know this. If someone was wearing black velvet and gold trim and claimed to be humble, they were probably a bishop or lying. You notice the difference not just in fabric, but in fit. Noble clothes hang in ways yours never do. They're cut precisely, tailored. They make the body look elongated, refined. You, in contrast, are wearing something built for 3 winters and 6 harvests. Here's a fringe tidbit. Some nobles purposely wore uncomfortable shoes that curled up at the toe just to prove they didn't have to walk far. Poulain, they're called. We'll get to those soon. For now, just know this. If someone's fashion made daily life harder, that was often the point. Because fashion in medieval Europe wasn't meant to flatter. It was meant to separate, to divide, to tell you who had power and who didn't. You could try to cheat your way up the ladder, sure, but eventually someone noticed. Someone always noticed. You finish lacing your cloak, the plain one. You decide against the trim. Too risky. But as you head to the town square, you catch sight of yourself in a puddle's reflection. Ragged hem. Muddy cuffs. Still standing tall. You don't have noble drip. You've got peasant grit. And that's a different kind of statement entirely. You're standing near the churchyard now, watching the upper crust parade past, like strutting peacocks. You don't mean to stare, but there she goes. The lady of the manor, dragging behind her a gown so long it looks like it could be harboring a small dog or maybe an entire child. It's not just dramatic. It's dangerous. That thing could sweep the cobblestones, start a fire, and trip over itself before the bell stops ringing. Tonight, we're diving into the realm of the long, flowing gown, the fashion statement that screamed, "I'm rich enough to fall flat on my face and not care." These weren't just dresses, they were trains, fabrics that trailed behind like serpentine banners of status, sometimes measuring several feet in length. And not just in court either. Even out in the streets, noble women might lift their gowns slightly to avoid stepping on them, but only slightly. Show too much ankle, and you're flirting. Show too much humility, and you're basically peasant adjacent. Trains were layered. The undergown was snug, often laced. The overgown, called a surcoat, or sometimes a houppelande, flared at the hips and fanned out behind you. And if your sleeves were long too, congratulations, you're a tripping hazard in every direction. Why were they so long? It's not like they were practical. That's the point. These were garments that said, I don't walk fast. I don't work. And I can afford to ruin fabric just by wearing it. You, in contrast, wouldn't waste a scrap of cloth longer than your shin. Every inch of fabric is precious. You patch, you hem, you rehem. They drag velvet through chicken feathers like it's nothing. And don't assume these gowns came pre-made. No. These were often bespoke, hand-measured by tailors who had reputations as serious as surgeons. That's your full body, carefully drafted onto parchment and cut into rich brocades or imported silks. One mistake and suddenly your high society swish becomes a lopsided heap. Of course, historians still argue whether these ridiculous trains were worn daily or reserved for ceremonial events. Some say noblewomen only wore the full trailing lengths at court, where the floors were cleaner. Others believe they strutted through town in them, daring you to gape. There's one notorious case, possibly apocryphal, of a queen whose gown was so long it tangled in her horse's stirrup. She fell. The horse kept walking. She didn't survive. Fashion? 1. Human dignity? 0. Still, the gowns kept getting longer. In the 14th century, English sumptuary laws actually tried to limit the length of a woman's train. That's right. There were rules about how much of your dress could touch the floor behind you. Why? Because they were afraid lower-class women were imitating the upper crust by making their gowns unnecessarily long. Again, with the sumptuary laws, these folks couldn't let anything go unregulated. Now, imagine the chaos during a feast. You're seated beside Lady Aveline of something or other. She arrives 20 minutes late because 2 servants are carrying her train like a cape. It spills behind her, like she's a comet. Everyone stares. She smiles. It's the medieval version of, I didn't dress up. I am the dress. And then she has to sit, which is complicated. You don't just plop down in a 10-pound gown with 4 feet of trailing fabric. First, a servant lifts the train. Then another smooths the skirts. Then someone fans it out so it pools just so behind the chair. Then she sits, slowly, as if the air might wrinkle her. You're halfway through your gruel by the time her butt hits the bench. But even nobles paid a price for fashion. Those sweeping hems, they picked up everything. Fleas, mud, bits of food. On bad days, they'd get so weighed down that women had to stop and wring out the bottom. And let's not forget, indoor plumbing. Still a dream. One wrong step, and your hem's in the latrine runoff. That's where a weird fringe detail sneaks in. Some noble women perfume their hems. Yes, spritzed with oils or crushed herbs, supposedly to smell pleasant as they glided by. But more likely, to mask what was inevitably stuck to the velvet. Still, the train remained a sign of grace and wealth. You couldn't run in one. You couldn't fight. Heck, you could barely get across a room without two attendants. But maybe that was the idea. Women in power didn't need to rush. They had time. They had people. And they had fabric. Lots of fabric. Men weren't immune to this either. Male fashion also indulged in length. Robes that trailed, sleeves that billowed. But it was the women who really turned it into an art of inertia. The longer the gown, the less you did. The less you did, the higher your station. And yet, fashion sometimes backfired. There's a debated tale of a noblewoman who tried to one-up the queen by wearing a train longer than the royal standard. Scandal. She was reprimanded, and the dress was ceremonially shortened by the crown tailor in front of the entire court. Humiliation stitched in public. Meanwhile, you try to imagine what it would feel like to wear something that heavy. To walk slowly, deliberately, knowing the world had to move around you. There's a power in that, even if it means tripping over your dignity every now and then. So, the next time your shift clings to your knees and your patched cloak gets caught on a nail, think of Lady Aveline trying to board a boat with 6 feet of fabric and a wet hem full of goose droppings. You may not look regal, but at least you can move. You're in town today, and everything smells like pickled herring and heated goat. You push past the crowd toward the apothecary, but everyone's looking at him. That guy strutting down the lane like he owns the place. Rich, smug, and absolutely impossible to miss, mainly because there's a giant flap on the front of his pants. Tonight, we're talking codpieces. Yes, codpieces. Possibly the most, let's say, assertive piece of fashion ever strapped to the medieval male ego. You can't stop looking. No one can. And that was the point. The codpiece began innocently enough. Originally, men wore long tunics over hose, separate pieces for each leg, tied at the waist and flapping freely in the center. Problem? That center gap didn't leave much to the imagination, especially when you sat down, or rode a horse, or sneezed. So someone, possibly an exhausted tailor, said, "Let's cover that up." The solution? A triangular or pouch-like piece of fabric sewn into the space between the hose. Function over flare. Modest, right? Then the 15th century happened, and the codpiece got ambitious. What started as a cloth cover evolved into a stuffed, padded, and often buttoned or tied-on accessory. And not just functional anymore. Decorative, embroidered, embellished, sometimes even armored. Historians still argue whether these exaggerated codpieces were just fashion, or whether they signaled virility, health, or even fertility. Some suggest they might have been used to store small items, coins, gloves, even keys. Others think that's just a cheeky myth. Either way, you won't see a peasant pulling that look. That's noble confidence, strutting proudly down the cobbled catwalk. You glance down at your own tunic, plain, belted, knee-length. You don't even have hose today, just rough breeches tucked into boots. No one's paying attention to your front. And honestly, that's kind of a relief. The codpiece became most notorious during the reign of Henry VIII. You've probably seen the portraits. Massive shoulders, puff sleeves, and a codpiece that could challenge a ram in mating season. There's one with him standing, legs apart, arms akimbo, and that ridiculous bulge pointing straight at diplomatic relations. It's not subtle. It's not meant to be. And sure, Henry had reasons. He was obsessed with masculinity, heirs, and making sure everyone in Europe knew he was fertile. The codpiece helped with that messaging, loud and clear. But it wasn't just Henry. Across Europe, noblemen followed suit. In Spain, France, Italy, anywhere, man had wealth and power to flaunt. It suddenly became important to make his trousers look armed, sometimes literally. There are surviving metal codpieces, shaped like little helmets or animal heads. Some were engraved with poetry. Imagine leaning in to read a sonnet and realizing it's embroidered there. There's one oddball account from Venice about a young noble who reportedly had a hollow codpiece filled with perfumed herbs. The idea? Keep things fresh, or at least aromatic. Medieval people really loved masking smells with rosemary. But a floral pouch, dangling from your loins? That's commitment. Let's not forget how uncomfortable these things were. Imagine strapping a leather-stuffed pad to your groin every day, lacing it tight, making sure it didn't slip or wobble. You sit down wrong? Ouch. You walk too fast? Wobble city? Fashion isn't always about comfort. In fact, it rarely is. Still, the codpiece had its fans. It wasn't just about size, it was about structure, a visible, controlled presence, a kind of weird, gendered architecture. You weren't just dressed, you were fortified. One fringe theory? Some believe codpieces may have had medicinal uses. Syphilis was on the rise during the late 15th century. Treatments involved poultices and wraps, sometimes worn in that very region. A puffed codpiece may have helped conceal swelling, wounds, or the heavy linen wraps doctors prescribed. Not exactly glamorous, but plausible. Eventually, the fashion reached a tipping point. By the late 16th century, the codpiece began shrinking. Trousers got looser, styles changed, and the whole aggressively padded groin triangle went from dashing to ridiculous. Playwrights and poets mocked it. Artists toned it down. The focus shifted to collars, cuffs, and shoulders. And just like that, the codpiece quietly disappeared from polite society. You still see echoes, though. The phrase, dressing to impress, codpiece, that weird bulge on some Renaissance statues, codpiece culture, Batman's rubber suit with the weirdly emphasized, yeah, you get it. Back in your world, you cross paths with another townsperson, an older man who mutters something about decency under his breath as that nobleman strolls past, codpiece swaying like a knight's banner. There's a scuffle near the ale cart. Someone trips over a bench. Everyone's watching him, but not for his face. And that's the thing. The codpiece didn't just draw the eye, it commanded it. Like a brass fanfare announcing, "Behold! This man has confidence." You tug your cloak forward a bit. No need to stand out today. But still, there's something weirdly admirable about the sheer audacity of it all. Because medieval fashion wasn't just about warmth, modesty, or utility. Sometimes it was about showing off in the boldest, most uncomfortable, and deeply bizarre way possible. The wind whips around the market square, sending up little dust cyclones and rustling the banners above. The town hall. You duck your head, adjusting your hood. But across the street, you catch a glimpse of something completely absurd. A woman with a cone on her head. No, not a metaphorical cone, an actual one. Pointed, towering, silk-covered, and completely unbothered by the weather. Tonight, you're entering the elite and gravity-defying world of medieval headgear wars. This isn't your modest woolen cap, tied snug under your chin. This is full-on structural fashion warfare. The hennin, the escaffion, the chaperone, the bicocket. If your outfit is the sentence, your hat is the exclamation mark. And sometimes, It's yelling. Let's start with the hennin, the ridiculous, glorious cone you just saw. It appears in the late 14th century, peaks, literally, in the 15th, and was mostly seen in France, Burgundy, and a few bold corners of England. Picture a long conical hat, perched slightly backward, often trailing gauzy veils from the tip. Some were modest little horns, maybe 30 to 40 centimeters tall. Others, nearly a meter. That's 3 feet of pointy drama rising off your skull. And no, this wasn't just a party trick. It was elite fashion. Only noble women could wear hennins. And even then, there were rules. Some cities, like Paris, tried to ban hennins above a certain height. Why? Because when your hat is taller than the church door, it starts to feel a bit disrespectful. Historians still argue about the hennin's origins. Some link it to Mongol or Middle Eastern headdresses brought back by crusaders. Others think it evolved from earlier European fashions. Either way, the look caught on like wildfire among women who wanted to be seen, literally, from a block away. Of course, not everyone wore cones. The escaffion was another monster of millinery, often shaped like a heart or pair of horns. Imagine twisting your hair into two large side buns, then wrapping those buns in velvet and wiring them until they stood out like horns of a stylish bull. Add gold thread, a beaded veil, and boom, you've made it. Want something slightly less flashy? Try the chaperone. It started out as a humble hood with a shoulder cape, but soon people started draping the long tail, called a liripipe. Try saying that 3 times fast, around their heads, like a turban. One noble trendsetter tied his chaperone so elaborately it had to be studied, like origami. It became the it hat for men in the 15th century, especially lawyers, merchants, and anyone who wanted to look very busy and very literate. You glance around the square now and notice it's not just women going dramatic. There's a man with a wide-brimmed bicocket. Think Robin Hood meets Renaissance influencer, complete with a feather that could probably tickle someone in the next village. Why so theatrical? Because in medieval Europe, the head was your billboard. When your body is swaddled in layers of mud-colored wool or linen, the hat is where you signal status. You might be broke, but if your hat's tall enough, who's going to argue? And hats weren't just for fashion, they were moral symbols. A veiled woman, sank modest. A bareheaded woman equals scandalous. A man without a cap in church? Sinful. A man wearing one in court? Disrespectful. Take it off. Unless it's cold, then put it back on. The rules were layered, like onions, and just as prone to making you cry. A fringe tidbit? In some regions, people believed that the wrong hat could literally invite demons. Hennins in particular came under fire from preachers who claimed they resembled horns of the devil. Some towns even passed ordinances declaring such headwear vanitas or sinful vanity. As one 15th century clergyman put it, she hath not a hat, but a steeple on her head, fit for the prideful prayers of Lucifer himself. Ouch. You spot a young woman helping her sister adjust her coif. Another common headdress. Simpler, but still symbolic. If she's unmarried, she might wear her hair partially visible. If married, every strand must be covered. No exceptions. Even a rogue wisp at market could trigger whispering. That's not fashion. That's reputation. Meanwhile, the wealthy ladies in hennins barely glance at you. They tilt their heads like swans, the veils from their head cones drifting behind them in the breeze. It's not practical. In fact, it's comically fragile. One bump from a low door frame and the whole thing could tumble down like a silk-wrapped Jenga tower. But that's part of the magic. These hats weren't built to work. They were built to float, to claim space, to defy logic and gravity and expectations. And yes, they inspired imitation. Remember the baker's wife? Last spring, she tried sewing her own version of a hennin out of stiffened linen and rabbit fur. Word got around. She didn't wear it twice. Too much gossip. Too much judgment. And the veil caught fire near the hearth. That was the end of that. Men weren't spared either. Knights wore crested helms in battle, but at festivals, they might sport elaborate feathered caps or symbolic hats shaped like castles or ships. Imagine your hat looking like your house, literal head real estate. You reach up to adjust your own hood now, suddenly self-conscious. It's simple. Wool. Warm. But not dramatic. You're not here to make a statement. You're here for eggs. Still, as one lady sweeps past, hennin slicing the air like a ship's mast, you can't help but wonder what it would be like to wear something so bold, to carry your importance on your head. Then again, it's windy, and your balance isn't great. Maybe best to leave the hats to the experts. Your boots squelch as you cross a damp path behind the market, where chickens roam freely and the mud is suspiciously warm. Then, you spot a pair of shoes, gleaming, ridiculous, and clearly not built for this terrain. Long, narrow, and curling upward at the toes, like tiny fabric scythes. You blink. Are those? Yes, they are. Welcome to the era of the poulain, the shoe that made medieval fashion both fabulous and functionally dangerous. A man in an embroidered tunic clicks across the stones, his poulains trailing behind like he's smuggling knitting needles in his footwear. The tips of his shoes curve forward like elephant trunks. One toe taps a stone. It bounces off. The crowd stares. He doesn't flinch. His shoes are sending a message. I am not here to walk. I am here to arrive. So, what is a poulain exactly? It's a style of shoe that exploded in popularity during the 14th and 15th centuries, particularly among nobles and wealthy townsmen. The key feature? The length of the toe. We're not talking a slight point. We're talking weaponized footwear, shoes with toes that stretch well beyond the actual foot, some as long as 2 feet. No, that's not a typo. 2 feet of empty, useless, glorious shoe tip. The name poulain likely comes from Poland, where the style supposedly originated, though some argue it was inspired by Eastern designs seen during the Crusades. Historians still debate how exactly the trend arrived in Western Europe, but once it landed, it stuck. Hard, like in the mud hard. At first, the toes were just slightly elongated, decorative, stylish, no real harm. But fashion, being fashion, pushed it. By the mid-1300s, everyone with money had longer and longer toes until it became a full-on competition. Picture shoe jousting without horses. And it wasn't just men. Women's shoes got pointier too, though not always as extreme. But the real glory and absurdity was reserved for the guys, particularly knights off duty, city merchants, and the young bucks trying to flirt with both noble women and disaster. You pass a baker who mutters something about clown toes as the man in poulain strides away. His shoes are so long, they need to be tied to his knees with little cords just to keep them from flopping. It's like lacing stilts to stilts. And don't even think about running. These shoes are the enemy of urgency. There's a brilliant detail from a surviving manuscript where a monk sarcastically calls poulains Satan's ski tips. That monk wasn't alone. The church hated them. Preachers railed against these frivolous, phallic fashion statements. Because let's be honest, they didn't exactly scream humility. One bishop declared them the devil's claws. Another claimed they were designed to make sinful men look more beast than human. Strong words for footwear. But hey, nothing gets a bishop going like trendy shoes. Eventually, the outrage reached the monarchy. In 1363, King Edward III of England passed a sumptuary law limiting the length of shoe points to 2 inches beyond the toe. 2 inches. Anything longer was illegal. Not that anyone listened. Just a few decades later, Richard II was seen in poulains so long you could roll them up like scrolls. The trend was back, and bolder than ever. You step carefully now, watching, as a young nobleman attempts to turn a corner too fast. His poulain bends at a 90-degree angle, catches on a cobblestone, and sends him wobbling like a broken marionette. He recovers, barely, and smooths his cloak with an air of practiced nonchalance. His pride is intact. His ankle? Questionable. Fun fact: some poulains were stuffed at the tips with moss or horsehair to keep their shape. Others were left hollow, flopping with every step like medieval clown shoes. And then there were the ultra-luxurious ones, made of velvet, lined with fur, embroidered with gold thread. Not practical, not even close, but they got attention. And that was the point. These shoes said, I don't chase pigs. I don't farm. I don't run. I pose. Meanwhile, your own boots, sturdy, wide-toed, probably patched 6 times, look like bear paws next to these willowy contraptions. But yours grip the ground. Yours don't fold when you pivot. Yours let you carry water without face planting into a trough. Still, you can't help but imagine the sensation. The feeling of walking into a feast hall, your shoes curling ahead like red carpet. People stepping aside, conversations pausing, all eyes on your feet, even if they're silently wondering how you sit down in those things without taking someone's shins out. Some fringe scholars suggest poulains were used to exaggerate gait, to give noblemen a slow, swaggering walk that made them look stately. Others believe they were purely theatrical, meant for court appearances, not real walking. Then again, enough of them show up in city fines and tailors' accounts to suggest they were everywhere. Eventually, the fashion fizzled. Around the late 1400s, shoe tips started shrinking. Blunt, square-toed shoes came into vogue, called ducksbills, but more on that later. The long, curled toes faded into fashion history, ridiculed by the very people who once tripped over them. But you still remember the first time you saw a noble trip in poulain. He went down like a felled oak, arms flailing, veil flapping. And for just a moment, the entire square giggled in unison. Because sometimes, even the most elaborate fashion falls flat. You squint down at your own feet, mud-caked, but solid. No cords, no curl. Just a good pair of peasant boots and the satisfaction of knowing you'll probably make it home upright. Probably. It's late afternoon now, and the sun is casting long golden rays through the crooked beams of the village square. You're sitting on a bench outside the weaver's shop, eating a turnip that's trying its best to be a snack, when 2 women pass by in whispering silk. Their hair is sculpted, coiled high with ribbons and jewels, but it's not just elaborate. It's disturbing. Because from a distance, it almost looks like horns. Welcome to the deeply suspicious and occasionally heretical world of hair, horns, and head shape hysteria. Tonight, we enter the era where your hairstyle didn't just reflect your taste, It broadcasted your morality. One wrong braid, and you're not fashionable. You're a witch. Or at least someone the priest will rant about on Sunday. Let's rewind to the 13th and 14th centuries, when women's hair began to rise. Literally, modesty still reigned supreme, and married women were expected to keep their hair covered. But then came the courtly elite, ladies who decided that covered didn't mean hidden. Veils grew sheer, fabrics grew fancier, and hairdos started climbing. And so began the rise of the horned headdresses. You see one now? A woman with carefully waxed side braids, coiled into two great loops beside her temples, secured with silk bands and lace, topped with a gauze-thin veil that flutters just enough to reveal the full shape. It's like her head is trying to grow antlers. You watch, fascinated, as her friend follows. Same look, slightly taller horns. The style, called the reticulated headdress, was especially popular in France and parts of England. The coils were often tucked into netted cages, reticles, made of gold wire or fine mesh, shaped like little cages for your braids. It was elegant, it was elite, and it freaked people out. Historians still argue whether the horn-like shape was ever intended to imitate demonic imagery, or whether that interpretation came after clergy started denouncing the trend. Some churchmen swore it was the devil's influence made visible, women becoming beasts, flaunting pride, defying their natural modesty. Others say the fashion just spiraled a little too far into high fantasy. Either way, the sermons came fast. These women shaped their heads like beasts of the field, wrote one furious friar, placing sin above virtue and vanity above their creator. You wonder how he'd feel about false lashes and contouring. But for the women wearing these styles, it wasn't about demons. It was about distinction. You wanted to be recognized as wealthy, cultured, and connected. And your hair, or what you did with it, said it all. There's one particularly juicy example from Burgundy. A noblewoman was excommunicated after attending Mass wearing horned hair so high, the priest claimed she blocked the view of heaven. That's a serious hairdo, and a serious complaint. Meanwhile, you're reminded of something odd you overheard last winter. Some peasants believe hair arranged in loops around the ears protects against evil winds. Whether it's a superstition or a fashion excuse, it works. You start seeing horned hairstyles everywhere, on feast days, during betrothals, even at funerals, though usually in darker veils. Men had their own issues too. Long hair was sometimes seen as effeminate, while shaved foreheads were weirdly popular among scholars and clergy. Picture this: a monk with a half moon shaved across his head, the classic tonsure. It's supposed to represent humility. But when the wind blows, it looks like someone botched a bowl cut with a sickle. There's even a fringe theory that some men shape their beards into points or curls not just for style, but to reflect their allegiance, curved for French fashion, square for English, long and unruly for certain knightly orders. Facial hair politics. It's a thing. Back to the ladies, though. Eventually, horned styles morphed into something taller, the padded roll, a huge, stuffed circle of fabric worn like a donut crown. It sat high on the head, often over hair that was barely visible. Sometimes it was covered with jewels, other times with netting. One satirical poem called it "a nest for swans and serpents both," because that's how comfortable people were with change. And here's a weird detail you didn't expect. Some women shaved their hairline to make their foreheads look bigger. Yep. A high forehead was a mark of beauty. So out came the razors, tweezers, and sometimes even a bit of lime paste to burn the hair away. Imagine explaining that beauty regimen to someone in your timeline. You once met a traveling noblewoman, young, regal, with brows so faint they looked painted. Turns out they were. Eyebrows were often shaved or plucked clean so they could be redrawn in the correct arc. The less natural your face looked, the more controlled and powerful it appeared. Nothing says wealth like completely erasing your own eyebrows. One fringe. Anecdote from a London tailor's record mentions a noble who paid double for a veil with reinforced horn caps, allowing her to keep her braids high even in windy weather. A hair corset, basically. Modern problems, ancient solutions. As the sky darkens, a gust of wind blows through the village. You duck. The horned lady across the square does not. Her headdress catches the breeze like a sail. For a moment, she tilts, just slightly, then rights herself, veil fluttering like a flag of fashionable defiance. You finish your turnip, adjust your hood. You don't have the fabric, the wax, or the courage to wear horns on your head. But for a moment, watching her glide across the street like some strange, elegant goat goddess, you kind of wish you did. You're back home now, in the quiet dimness of your cottage, standing beside the fire and peeling off your cloak. The warmth is a welcome change from the wind outside. But as you reach under your tunic to adjust a scratchy bit of linen, a thought crosses your mind. Something you don't talk about in public. Underwear. Did medieval people wear it? Do you? Tonight, you're going deep, literally, into the hidden world of medieval undergarments, the stuff no one wanted to admit they wore. But absolutely everyone did. Sort of. The first thing to understand is that underwear back then wasn't a neatly folded stack of briefs and bras in a drawer. It was ambiguous, practical, and depending on who you were, optional. Let's start with the most basic piece, the linen shift. You've got one. It's the first thing you pull on in the morning and the last thing you sleep in at night. It's long, loose, and worn directly against the skin. For women, this was the standard underlayer. Your all-in-one undershirt, sleepwear, sweat sponge, and sometimes even burial shroud. Men had their version too. The shirt, just as long, just as plain, and made of linen. Linen was beloved because it could wick sweat, dry quickly, and be boiled clean, in theory. Cotton wasn't common in Europe yet, and wool was too rough. So, linen was the go-to. But then we get to the lower half. Enter brays. These were basically the medieval version of boxer shorts, loose-fitting trousers made of linen, tied at the waist with a drawstring. Men wore them under their hose, or alone when lounging around. If you ever stumbled upon a medieval man doing laundry in a river, you probably saw him standing in just his brays, acting like that was perfectly dignified. Because it was. Sort of. Some were knee-length, others mid-thigh, depending on the era and how bold you felt. And yes, sometimes they had a slit in front for convenience. We won't dwell on that. Here's the fun twist. Women didn't really wear underpants, at least not in the way we think of them. There's still debate about this. Some historians argue that female brays existed, especially for riding or cold weather. But in most cases, a long linen shift under multiple layers was considered enough. That meant going to the privy was efficient, if a bit drafty. Still, not everyone was going commando. Some medieval illustrations suggest women may have worn split drawers or tied linen wraps for modesty or warmth. But evidence is murky. Clothing was rarely preserved unless it was buried with the dead or accidentally mummified in a peat bog. Most underthings just disintegrated with time, kind of like your dignity if someone walked in on you, changing. Then there's the mystery of the medieval bra. Was there one? Actually, maybe. In 2008, Austrian archaeologists discovered linen undergarments in a castle vault, 4 bras dating from the 15th century. One even looked startlingly modern: 2 cups, shoulder straps, and a row of decorative lace. Historians were shocked. Suddenly, all those "they didn't wear bras until the 1900s" assumptions were out the window. Still, that's a rare find. Most medieval women wore breastbands or relied on tight bodices to provide support. If you were noble, your tailor might sew a stiff lining into your kirtle. If you were a peasant, you tied things down, crossed your arms a lot, and hoped for the best. And speaking of hoping for the best, laundry. Your linen underlayers soaked up everything: sweat, grime, cooking smells, despair. So they had to be washed, often, which meant underthings were washed way more frequently than outer garments. In fact, there's an old saying: better to stink in wool than sin in silk. That tells you everything. You could be dirty on the outside, but never underneath. Some households even had special bleaching fields where they'd lay wet linen on the grass in the sun. Not for aesthetics. The UV rays helped whiten the fabric. You could walk past a manor and see dozens of chemises glowing like ghost flags in the breeze. But here's a quirky little tidbit for you. Body linens were often passed down. Yep. Your mother's shift might one day become yours. Same with your brother's braids, especially if they were still sturdy and free of, let's say, compromising stains. You might get them as a wedding gift. Nothing says romance like pre-worn underwear. There were also regional quirks. In northern climates, people layered up, even under the belt. Woolen hose were often sewn to the braize or shirt, turning your entire lower half into a kind of medieval onesie. In southern climates, people went breezier, just the shift, and sometimes not even that. A common myth is that people didn't wear underwear at all in the Middle Ages. That's only half true. The truth is, we simply didn't document it much. After all, it's hard to write dramatic poetry about Laundry Day. Still, you occasionally hear stories, like the one about a bishop who fainted during Mass. Rumors spread that he wasn't wearing a shift beneath his robe, a shocking breach of piety. Was it true? Who knows? But the gossip stuck. You poke at your own linen shift now, coarse but clean. You boiled it 2 days ago, added rosemary to the water, and even beat it with a stick by the river like your grandmother taught you. It smells decent, and that's good enough. Because underneath all the furs, feathers, and fancy gold trim, medieval fashion wasn't just about appearances. It was about layers, protection, hygiene, modesty, comfort, dignity, even if no one saw it, especially if no one saw it. The bell rings out from the church tower just as the sun begins to dip behind the rooftops, casting long, theatrical shadows across the cobbles. You're on your way home, passing the tailor's shop, when a flash of color catches your eye. Deep crimson, bold, expensive looking. A man in a fur-lined cloak, trimmed with gold thread, stands in the doorway, like he's trying to summon lightning with his wardrobe alone. You pause. You know that color. Everyone knows that color. It's red, but not just any red, forbidden red. Tonight, you're stepping into the high-stakes, surprisingly heated world of medieval color politics, when the hue of your clothes wasn't just a choice, it was a statement. And sometimes, a crime. You probably think of colors as personal. Red, if you're feeling bold, blue for calm, black if you're angsty, and it's the 2000s. But in medieval Europe, your color palette wasn't about mood. It was about class, money, and law. The wrong shade could get you fined. Or worse, accused of improper ambition. Let's start with red. Red was power. It was fire. It was blood. It was Christmas. It was the devil. It was also prohibitively expensive, especially when it was the deep, rich red made from cochineal or kermes, dyes sourced from crushed insects, imported and rare. You don't just stumble into a red outfit. You commission it. You pay a fortune. And you make sure everyone sees it, which is exactly why the elites tried to keep it to themselves. Sumptuary laws often limited red clothing to nobility, judges, high clergy, and royalty. If you were a merchant or artisan caught in crimson, you'd be asked a few pointed questions, like, "Are you a baron in disguise?" Or, "Did you steal that?" Historians still argue whether people actually obeyed these laws or simply skirted them. One theory suggests that people intentionally dyed their clothes slightly off red, like brick or rust, to signal aspiration without crossing the line. We'll call that medieval passive aggression. Other restricted colors? Purple, the most elite of all. Long associated with Roman emperors, purple dye, usually from the murex sea snail, was so costly that it became symbolic of divine right. In Byzantium, babies born into imperial families were said to be born in the purple. In Western Europe, it was mostly reserved for royalty, bishops, and saints. You try to wear purple, and you're just begging for someone to accuse you of treason. Blue was interesting. Light blue? Fairly common. But deep indigo? Imported. Expensive. Reserved for the Virgin Mary in paintings and very rich merchants at weddings. Indigo came from distant lands and left a smell that lingered. If your tunic was blue and aromatic, people knew you had connections. Green was tricky. On one hand, it was earthy, associated with fertility, new life, and spring. On the other, it showed up in paintings of devils, fae, and morally dubious women. Fashionable, yes. Innocent? Not always. Some cities banned unmarried women from wearing deep green, especially if the fabric shimmered. Too seductive. Too complicated. And black? You'd think it was safe, right? Wrong. True. Deep black dye was incredibly expensive, requiring multiple treatments and high-quality cloth. Monks wore it to symbolize humility and death. Judges wore it for seriousness. Wealthy merchants wore it to signal taste. But if a peasant wore black, people might assume you're faking your rank, or mourning someone you had no right to mourn. There's a great story from Spain in the 15th century about a tailor fined for wearing a black doublet with silver trim. He claimed he was grieving. The court responded, "Yes, but not richly enough to grieve in that color." And then there's yellow, the problem child of the palette. Yellow could be cheerful, like buttercups, but it was also used to mark Jews under discriminatory laws, and later to indicate prostitutes or prisoners in some regions. A yellow badge, belt, or hat could mean you're part of a marginalized group, or pretending to be one. Either way, it was risky business. Of course, things got weirder. In Florence, a woman was once fined for wearing a dress dyed in mauve, a color not yet formally restricted, but suspiciously close to a banned shade. The ruling? Excessive boldness in hue. That's right. Her outfit had too much personality. Meanwhile, your own wardrobe consists mostly of browns, grays, and the occasional green if you can scrounge the right plants. Onion skins make a nice yellow-orange. Walnut husks, perfect for deep brown. Nettles and iron, greenish-black if you squint. Peasant dyeing was all about what's available and how long you could afford to boil things. You remember your cousin once tried to bleach her tunic with stale urine and wood ash. It worked, sort of. But she had to walk around smelling like an alchemist's mistake for a week. One odd fringe fact: some elite households had professional dyers on staff, whose job was to maintain the precise hue of their lord's wardrobe. Imagine someone getting fired because the bishop's purple came out too grapey. By now, you're walking home under the dimming sky, wondering if anyone's ever looked at your gray tunic and thought, ah, classic humility. Probably not, but it's clean, it fits, and it doesn't scream, arrest me for burgundy. As you pass the man in red again, he nods, just barely. His cloak is long, his boots are new, and his confidence radiating. But so is the awareness that people are watching. Because in this world, colors don't just speak, they accuse. And tomorrow, you might try a splash of blue, just a tiny trim. See who notices, see who whispers. The tailor's shop is still lit as you pass again the next morning, early, with fog clinging low to the thatched roofs like a damp warning. Inside, someone's arguing, loudly. Something about velvet, something about above his station. You pause, casually picking up a pebble, as if that's the reason you're eavesdropping. But you already know what this is. Someone's been caught dressing too well. Tonight, you're stepping into the bizarre and nitpicky court of textile justice, where fabric isn't just fashion, it's a potential crime scene. Velvet, silk, damask, brocade. These weren't just pretty textures in medieval Europe. They were status indicators, and if you didn't qualify for them socially, legally, or financially, well, you'd better not get caught wearing them in public, because there were people whose job it was to find out. We're talking about the medieval version of the fashion police, guild enforcers, town reeves, even local bishops or clerical watchdogs who kept tabs on who wore what and whether it was appropriate. And when we say appropriate, we mean legal. You step closer, pretending to adjust your boot. The argument inside is fierce. The tailor insists he only lined the man's cloak with velvet. The reeve says it looks like outer velvet. Intent doesn't matter, the reeve barks. Perception is the crime. Historians still debate how strictly these textile laws were enforced. Some claim they were largely symbolic, used to preserve class lines. Others argue they were serious enough to make tailors refuse jobs out of fear of punishment, especially if the buyer was trying to sneak into the world of fine fabric. Let's talk velvet. First, velvet was the Rolls-Royce of cloth. Soft, luxurious, impossible to make without time, skill, and obscene amounts of money. It required a double weave technique, and the pile was often cut by hand to get that lush texture. No peasant could afford it. And if one somehow did, people assumed one thing: stolen goods. Even linen, your trusty go-to underlayer, had levels. Coarse homespun was fine, but fine white linen, polished, bleached, almost translucent in sunlight, that was nobleware. And if you wore it as an outer garment instead of an undergarment, the town gossip train left the station immediately. There's a recorded case in 1377 from York, where a candlemaker was fined for wearing Florentine silk hose during a feast day procession. Silk hose. Not even a tunic, just fancy legs. That was enough to bring down the hammer of textile justice. Your own clothes. Wool mostly. You might dream of silk, but even the word feels slippery on your tongue. You've seen scraps once, a discarded silk ribbon at the edge of the fair. You carried it home like treasure. Someone accused you of theft. You said it was a gift. It wasn't. You found it. But better a lie than a lashing. Here's the twist. It wasn't always the wearer who got punished. Tailors bore the risk too. If they knowingly made illegal garments, they could be fined, whipped, or have their business suspended. Some tailors got clever, making linings out of luxury fabrics, but disguising the exteriors with plain wool. Others got caught. And then there were the sumptuary inspectors, real jobs in some cities, particularly in places like Florence, where appearance was basically a political language. These folks could stop you on the street, inspect your clothing, and issue fines on the spot. Imagine walking down the street and being ticketed for excessive satin. A fringe fact: some records show people trying to bribe their way out of textile infractions, offering goods or favors in exchange for silence. But that only worked if your outfit didn't cause a scene. If the wrong person saw you in the wrong brocade, that was it. Trial, fine, shame, maybe worse. And speaking of brocade, don't even try it. Brocade required metal threads, real gold or silver, woven into the pattern. Wearing it when you weren't of noble blood was basically a visual declaration of, I'm either rich beyond belief or delusional. Either way, not great. One old London ordinance specifically forbade those not born of knightly blood from wearing brocaded doublets. Imagine that. Your shirt's pattern could expose your lineage, but some people pushed back. You recall the tale of that fishmonger's wife, Madeline, who wore a damask overdressed to a summer festival. She claimed it was inherited from her aunt, a baroness's chambermaid. Legal loophole? Maybe. Still, the local priest called her a woman of dangerous aspirations, which, frankly, sounds iconic. You walk past the guild hall now, remembering that sometimes guilds themselves had textile codes. A goldsmith might be allowed fine linen but not silk. A mason? Sturdy wool only. Certain festivals allowed brief elevations, a day where a butcher's apprentice could wear velvet for his wedding, but just that day, and only within the parish. Sometimes, wearing the wrong fabric was interpreted not as pride, but as fraud. A servant dressed like a noble could be accused of deception, intent to steal, or even sorcery. Why? Because people assumed someone poor couldn't look expensive unless they used unnatural means. Yep, you heard that right. Look too fancy as a commoner, and someone might burn you as a witch. Now, imagine how this mess played out across borders. In France, sumptuary laws were different than in England. In Florence, they were stricter than in Milan. So a traveling merchant might leave one city dressed legally and arrive in another illegally dressed, like a fashion criminal on tour. You reach home just as the tailor's door slams shut behind you. Someone's been fined, probably humiliated. And yet, tomorrow, someone else will try the same trick. Maybe a ribbon too bright, a lining too shiny, a collar that flares just a bit too wide. Because in this world, clothing isn't just about warmth. It's a silent war. A series of tiny rebellions stitched in thread and hidden beneath cloaks. And even if your wool is plain, your spirit might just be velvet. The church bells toll again, not the slow, mournful call of a funeral or the clamor of a feast, but the flat, repetitive chime that means morning prayers. You trudge past the abbey gates, glancing sideways through the iron bars, expecting to see monks deep in contemplation. And you do. Sort of. What you didn't expect is that some of them are wearing finer robes than the local nobility. Wait a minute. Aren't monks supposed to be humble? Tonight, we're stepping behind the cloister walls and pulling back the hem of holy robes, because when it came to monastic fashion, things weren't always as plain as they seemed. Let's start with what the rules said. Monks, according to the many orders that sprang up across medieval Europe, were supposed to live lives of poverty, chastity, and obedience. That meant simple clothing, robes made of wool, undyed and unadorned, brown, gray, or black, depending on the order. The Benedictines wore black, which became a kind of brand for them. Cistercians preferred undyed wool, pale and rough. Franciscans? Rough spun brown, tied with a simple rope around the waist. The idea was clear. No vanity, no luxury, no embroidery. You came here to escape temptation, not sew it into your sleeves. But of course, rules are made to be bent. You glance again at a monk kneeling in the garden. His robe technically fits the definition of humble, long, hooded wool, but look closer and it's lined. The cuffs are reinforced with finely woven linen. That hood is cut just a little too elegantly. The rope belt? Not rope at all. It's braided flax, probably imported. Oh, and his shoes are stitched leather, not the clunky wooden soles most peasants wear. That's not penance. That's style. Historians still argue over how widespread this clerical couture was. Some say it was mostly abbots and high-ranking clergy who indulged in fancier robes. Others point to detailed inventories from even small monasteries showing caches of high-quality cloth, embroidered trims, and imported linings. One particularly juicy record from a 14th century English priory includes 12 pairs of fine linen underrobes, 3 velvet-trimmed hoods, a winter mantle lined with sable fur sable, as in the good stuff, the kind reserved for royalty. So either this monk had connections, or someone misunderstood poverty. You hear murmurs from the townsfolk sometimes. Brother Thomas never repairs his hem. Brother Gerald's sleeves are wider than a bishop's ego. There's always been tension between the image of humility and the reality of power, because monasteries, especially the successful ones, weren't poor. They owned land. They collected rents. They grew food. Some ran schools or hospitals. Others produced manuscripts, wines, even sheep for textile production. And when money flows, fashion follows. Here's a fun quirk. In some monasteries, brothers were issued clothing allowances based on rank. Not paychecks, mind you, but fabric. You could receive enough wool to make 1 robe per year. But if you were clever, or had a friendly tailor, you could stretch that into 2 and still squeeze in a linen lining. Then there were the monks who had their robes tailored. Yes, tailored. The cuts were still long and flowing, sure, but the fit? Immaculate. Tapered sleeves, reinforced shoulders, a hidden pocket or two for rosary beads, or possibly snacks. Of course, there were backlash moments. Reformist orders popped up to push back against all this monastic preening. The Carthusians, for example, doubled down on simplicity, scratchy robes, no footwear in summer, meals in silence. They saw fashion as a gateway to vanity, and vanity as a gateway to sin. But even they weren't immune. One French Carthusian cell had a silk altar cloth donated by a nobleman. Did they use it? Did they quietly cut a bit for themselves? No one knows. but the suspicion was there. And speaking of donations, wealthy patrons often gave monks expensive clothing as gifts, not necessarily to wear, but to show gratitude. What did the monks do with it? Sometimes sold it, sometimes wore it discreetly, sometimes kept it for feast days, because even in the monastery, feast day fashion was a thing. On special holy days, monks might don their finest, robes in pristine black or brilliant white, paired with ornate hoods or embellished belts. Some abbots had ceremonial staves with silver detailing and gloves lined with fur. You walk past a chapel and see a monk in full regalia, chanting in Latin and looking like he stepped out of a royal portrait. Fringe fact? Some monasteries even had laundry monks, brothers assigned to clean, mend, and press the robes. One rulebook instructed them to warm the linen before dressing the abbot on feast mornings. That's right, preheated undergarments. So much for roughing it. You stop at the corner of the abbey wall and lean on the stone. The same monk from earlier is walking by now, his robe swaying with every step. You notice how it moves, graceful, fluid, like it's been pleated just so. That's not accidental elegance. That's deliberate. He meets your gaze, offers a polite nod, and continues on, his steps utterly silent, his robe whispering secrets you'll never hear. It's easy to forget, but the church wasn't just about sermons. It was a powerful institution. And like any power, it had uniforms. Carefully curated, quietly luxurious, and often hiding far more than they revealed. So the next time someone tells you medieval monks were humble and plain, just remember, somewhere out there was a friar adjusting the drape of his sable-lined habit, wondering whether the light made his hood look more dignified. And honestly, it probably did. You're back on the dusty road, this time near the outer fields where young squires practice their sword work. They're swinging clumsily, shouting oaths, and dropping wooden shields every few seconds. But your eye isn't on their footwork. It's on the man supervising them, the knight in gleaming plate armor, polished to the point of absurdity. It glints like a mirror. You can practically see your face in his breastplate. He stands tall, poised, like a walking fortress. But you can't help but wonder, is that thing even functional? Tonight, you're stepping inside the world of battle armor, not just the clanky suits you've seen in museums, but the ones that blurred the line between combat gear and high fashion. The classic medieval knight? Not all mud and blood. By the 14th century, armor had gone from chainmail basics to full-on metallic masterpieces. And while protection was the point, presentation, that was everything. Let's rewind to the early days. In the 11th and 12th centuries, knights mostly wore mail, often called chainmail today. Think of thousands of little interlinked rings, forming a sort of metallic mesh shirt called a hauberk. It was heavy, noisy, and about as breathable as a wet blanket. But it worked. Arrows, mostly deflected. Swords, blunted. Style points, limited. But as weapons improved, especially those terrifying longbows and crossbows, mail wasn't cutting it anymore. So by the late 13th century, armor began evolving. First came plate additions, metal shin guards, kneecaps, breastplates. Eventually, full suits of articulated steel armor were born. And they weren't just effective. They were gorgeous. You peek again at the knight, noticing the faint pattern etched along the rim of his pauldron. A vine motif. Decorative, completely unnecessary, and totally on brand for a noble in his prime. See, by the 15th century, Armor had become an art form. Wealthy knights commissioned custom sets, bespoke suits forged by master armorers, often from places like Milan or Nuremberg. Each piece was measured, crafted, and sometimes engraved, embossed, or even gilded. That's right, gold-plated armor. Historians still argue whether certain suits were ever meant for battle at all. Some were ceremonial, parade armor, worn at tournaments or royal events. Others were duel-ready, but not war-tested. You wouldn't wear your finest etched cuirass into a muddy siege unless you wanted it covered in blood and pig fat. There's one known example of armor so detailed it included miniature saints engraved on the gauntlets, supposedly to protect the wearer's sword hand. Whether it worked spiritually is unclear, but visually, divine. You may be wondering, was this over-the-top armor actually functional? Surprisingly, yes. A well-fitted suit of plate armor could weigh between 30 to 50 pounds, less than a modern soldier's kit. It was distributed evenly across the body, allowing for movement, flexibility, even the ability to mount a horse. You've probably seen the myth that knights needed cranes to get on their steeds. Not true. Unless you were already 70, drunk, or both. Still, fashion had its price. That sleek, sculpted breastplate, useless if you fall on your back and can't roll over. Those pointed sabatons on the feet, great for intimidating peasants, not so great for sprinting. And heaven help you if you needed to. Relieve yourself mid-battle. Let's just say there were strategic flaps. One fringe fact, some armors were color-coded, painted black to prevent rust, red for intimidation, blue, in rare cases, if you were feeling bold. There's a record of a knight nicknamed the Azure Falcon because of his sky blue armor. Fancy? Absolutely. Practical? Jury's out. You remember a tale told by your neighbor of a knight who fought a duel wearing a suit so ornate his opponent refused to land a killing blow. "Too fine a man to die today," he said. The next day, they were drinking together. Duel ended in admiration and mild inebriation. But knights weren't the only ones in armor. High-ranking ladies had their own ceremonial breastplates, usually worn over elaborate gowns during tournaments or festivals. Some were leather. Others were polished steel. One French duchess reportedly had a corset made of etched iron. More on that wild story later. Even horses got the glam treatment. Called barding, horse armor could be made of quilted fabric, leather, or full plate. And yes, decorated. Caparisons. Those colorful cloth coverings, bore family crests, stripes, or even embroidered prayers. Because nothing says, "Fear me," like a charging warhorse in silk damask. And yet, for all this extravagance, many knights still died. Arrows found gaps. Maces crushed through metal. Heat stroke inside the helmet was a very real threat. You might look like a walking statue, but inside, sweaty, hungry, desperately in need of water and a different career path. You glance once more at the knight by the field. He's leaning on his polearm now, chatting with a merchant, one armored hand resting casually on his hip. His armor shines, yes, but it's not just for show. It's his identity, his house, his value. One misplaced dent, one broken strap, and that shine becomes scrap. So the next time someone scoffs at medieval armor as impractical cosplay, just remember, these were suits of war and style. A way to terrify enemies and attract patrons. A walking resume. A mobile coat of arms. A metallic masterpiece. And yes, sometimes a very expensive way to fall face first in the mud. You're at the edge of the training yard now, leaning on a post, still thinking about all that gleaming armor when something else catches your eye. Someone just as regal, just as structured, but not a knight. It's her, a noble woman, standing on the manor's steps, perfectly composed, in a gown that seems to defy anatomy. She isn't moving much. Can't. Her waist looks impossibly narrow, her posture upright and rigid like she's bracing for battle. And in a way, she is. Tonight, you're squeezing into the rigid, breath-stealing world of metal corsets, where elegance came with bruises and status came with a price no one talked about. Now first, let's clear something up. Medieval women didn't wear corsets in the Victorian sense. Not yet. There weren't bone bustiers under every gown, but structured bodices? Oh, yes. And sometimes they were reinforced with something a lot more serious than fabric. The stomacher, that flat, rigid panel across the front of a noblewoman's torso, began as a fashion accent. By the late 14th and 15th centuries, it had evolved into a tool of social architecture. Wood, whalebone, hardened leather, and in rare, whispered cases, metal. That's right, iron corsets. Historians still argue over whether these were functional garments or ceremonial torture devices. Some suggest the full metal corset may have been a rare medical brace, used to correct posture or contain rebellious anatomy. Others believe it was a sort of status flex, literal body armor for the salon. You catch glimpses of it now beneath the noblewoman's overgown, polished steel plates gleaming just under a thin layer of silk. She moves carefully, her arms close to her sides, her steps small. You can almost hear the creak of hidden hinges. Fashion and control have always been friends. In medieval Europe, women, especially noble women, were expected to embody composure, modesty, and grace. And nothing says grace like a spine that won't bend. Most gowns were laced tight through the sides or back, using spiral lacing or ladder-style ribbons to compress the waist. The goal wasn't just aesthetics, it was order. Symmetry. You, the woman, were expected to mirror the universe, balanced, contained, perfectly arranged. Even the sleeves were complicit. Long, trailing sleeves on noble gowns weren't just there to show off fabric. They kept arms poised. You couldn't exactly haul water or pick vegetables in sleeves that trailed behind you like curtains. And that was the point. Restriction meant status. But the bodice, that was the centerpiece. For some women, it was heavily lined and stiffened with layers of buckram, a paste-starched fabric, felt, or even reed slats. Others opted for metal plates, custom forged to shape the torso into a noble hourglass. It wasn't common, but when it happened, people noticed. There's a legendary account, part fact, part fashion folklore, about Isabeau of Bavaria, Queen of France in the 15th century. It's said she had a ceremonial bodice made of finely wrought iron, lined with padded velvet. She could barely sit. She didn't eat during events, but her silhouette, flawless, like a statue of a goddess at rest. Now, whether this iron corset was worn more than once is unlikely, but it set a precedent, one that made other women start commissioning bodices that weren't just tight, they were sculpted, contoured, engineered. And let's not forget the consequences. You heard about Lady Elisan, wealthy, ambitious, and determined to outshine everyone at last year's midsummer feast. She wore a hardened corset under her red velvet gown. The next morning, she couldn't walk without help. The bruises on her ribs lasted a week, but she won, at least in the court of noble opinion. Everyone talked about the red hourglass, Some called it fashion armor. Others just called it madness. One fringe tidbit: certain court physicians, usually male, warned against overbinding, claiming it could crush organs and cause hysteria or wandering womb. Their advice? Loosen the stays. Naturally, no one listened. If your figure caused a scandal, you were winning. Meanwhile, you shift in your own tunic, thankful that your belt doesn't bite when you breathe. No one's inspecting your posture. No one cares if your waist vanishes under wool folds. You can sit cross-legged, bend to pick herbs, and, most importantly, breathe. But the noble woman on the steps? She's barely moving. Her entire body is a performance, one where stillness says everything. And what about the servants who laced these bodices tight? Who slid the plaits into place, helped lift the gowns over immobile limbs, smoothed the seams until the body underneath vanished? You've spoken to a girl from the manor kitchens. She says some days, it takes two people just to get a lady dressed. One to pull the laces, the other to hold her steady so she doesn't pass out. Then there's the practical issue: eating. Or rather, not eating. Meals were nibbled at. Small bites. Nothing that would bloat. One bad swallow, and you're choking against reinforced linen and iron. So much for feasting. Still, despite all that, many noble women embrace these constraints, because a cinched bodice didn't just make you look expensive, it proved you had people. Tailors, servants, influence. A rigid gown said you were cared for, maintained, preserved like a precious artifact. And in a world where a woman's worth was constantly scrutinized, sometimes that armor felt like protection. So as you watch her descend the steps, each motion practiced and small, you realize the truth. She's not weak. She's rehearsed. Each breath measured. Each gesture planned. Every inch of her clothing sculpted to show strength through control. You? You roll your shoulders. Stretch. Walk home with a little dust on your tunic and air in your lungs. But part of you wonders, if you ever wore steel under silk, would you feel powerful or trapped? Maybe both. The sun's just dipping below the hills now, and you hear the shouts of children echoing from behind the chapel, bare feet slapping the ground, laughter trailing like ribbon. One little girl rushes past, pink-cheeked, hair loose, and you think, finally, someone in this village who looks comfortable. But then she stops, because her mother is standing nearby, hands on hips, holding a small bundle of fabric and a corset. For a child. Tonight, you're stepping into the stiff, awkward, and jaw-droppingly strange world of children's fashion in the Middle Ages, where being a kid was not an excuse to be cozy. Not if your family had ambitions. And especially not if you were born into wealth. See, we tend to imagine medieval children as grubby little cherubs in oversized tunics, chasing pigs, climbing trees, living their best barefoot lives. And yes, peasant kids, that tracks. They wore miniature versions of adult clothes, sure, but simplified, loose, washable, often shared between siblings until the fabric gave up and returned to the earth. But if you were born into nobility, comfort wasn't the point. Training was. And that training started with your clothes. From infancy, noble babies were wrapped tight in swaddling cloths, arms pinned, legs straight, like little fabric burritos. People believed this helped them grow straight and strong. You've seen the neighbor's baby like this, red-faced, motionless, with just enough room to blink and breathe. Once unwrapped, the real fashion began. Girls were put into long gowns with laced bodices, meant to prepare them for the fitted dresses of womanhood. By age 5 or 6, some were being cinched into soft corset-like garments, more posture support than full compression, but still restrictive. The idea was to teach them carriage, which is fancy medieval speak for stand like you're about to marry someone important. Historians still argue whether these early corsets were truly functional or more symbolic. But the evidence is clear. Children, especially noble girls, were taught from an early age that their body was a performance. You didn't just grow up. You were groomed from the inside out. Little boys weren't spared either. While peasant lads wore tunics and hose, usually hand-me-downs, sometimes with the knees entirely missing, noble boys were dressed like tiny men. Breeches, doublets, even miniature armor for portraits and ceremonies. Picture a 7-year-old waddling around in velvet sleeves longer than his arms, trying to look serious while tripping over his own pride. You once saw a baron's son at the harvest festival, wearing a red satin doublet, stiff as cardboard, with embroidered birds flying across the chest. He couldn't lift his arms above the shoulder seam. His nose started bleeding halfway through the procession, and no one offered a handkerchief, only praise for how dignified he looked. But it wasn't just about show. Clothing helped assign identity early on. In some places, noble boys and girls wore specific colors or emblems to mark their family ties. You weren't just little Susanna. You were Susanna of House de Brielle, future wife of someone important, and your embroidered hem needed to make that clear. Even babies had their fashion moments. Wealthy infants were dressed in decorated caps, silk booties, and fine linen smocks, sometimes with gold thread stitching, perfect for drooling on. There's an account of a French noble family ordering 9 caps for one infant, each with a different day-of-the-week design. You probably wore the same woolen cap from birth to age 3. Let's not forget shoes. Children in poorer homes went barefoot or wore rough leather slippers. Noble children? They wore mini poulaines, tiny velvet boots, and in one absurd case, a pair of silver-trimmed toddler clogs worn only for portrait sittings. Because obviously, nothing says childhood like slipping on polished wood platforms while trying to stay still for 2 hours. And then there's school fashion. Yes, that was a thing. Boys training for clergy or noble service often wore dark robes, stiff collars, and little caps. You remember seeing one lad, barely 9, reciting Latin while his black tunic swallowed him whole. Girls, if educated, did it at home, and were often dressed in their best day gowns, complete with tightly braided hair and silk ribbons. Learning was important, but looking teachable, even more so. There's a fringe fact you can't shake. Some young noble girls were dressed in wedding garments before puberty. Symbolic betrothals, political displays, tiny gowns trimmed in ermine, miniature veils, child-sized girdles encrusted with seed pearls. You imagine being 12 and weighed down by a dress worth more than your entire village's harvest. Not all noble children hated it. Some leaned into the roles, practicing curtsies, learning the art of stillness, memorizing which sleeve to use when dabbing your eyes during a staged moment of sorrow. But the pressure was constant. Peasant kids? Their childhoods weren't idyllic. Labor started young, and they wore what they could scavenge. But they moved. They ran. They climbed things. They tripped and didn't worry about mud. Fashion was survival, not social strategy. You remember your cousin's girl, Marriott, 7 years old and already helping in the kitchen. Her gown is patched 3 times, and one sleeve is shorter than the other. But she can knead bread, chase chickens, and spin on one foot without her hem catching fire. And that's more freedom than a silk-trapped noble girl might ever know. But here's a detail you won't forget. Some noble families had dress mannequins made to match their children's exact proportions. Why? So the tailor could build the perfect garment without ever needing the child to be present. Because fitting is tiring. Children squirm, but clothing must remain perfect. You pass the little girl from earlier again. Her corset's tied, her back straight, her eyes glassy. But when her mother turns away, she tugs the ribbon loose, just a little, enough to breathe. You smile, because even laced up in silk and rules, kids will always find a way to be a little rebellious. It's nearly dark now, and you've wandered off the main path, cutting through the edge of the woods. The cicadas are buzzing. An owl hoots somewhere to your left. You shift your belt to sit more comfortably around your hips, but your fingers brush against something tucked beneath it. A small leather pouch, tied snug, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. You glance around, then pull it out. A string of tiny charms, smooth stones, and a faded scrap of parchment with barely legible writing. Not money, not a weapon, just something that makes you feel safer. Tonight, we're unraveling the secrets of the girdle you never take off. Not the belt that holds up your trousers, but the enchanted, symbolic, or superstitious item that sat quietly on countless medieval waists. Half accessory, half amulet, always personal. See, to modern eyes, a girdle sounds like some uncomfortable waistband. But in medieval Europe, a girdle was far more than a belt. It was your portable identity, worn by men, women, peasants, knights, even nuns. A strip of cloth, leather, or woven cord wrapped around the body, tied with intention, often hung with charms, tools, or prayers. You glance down at your own. Nothing fancy. Just a plaited wool cord, double looped. But it's what's on it that matters. That little pewter cross. That braided hair charm from your sister before she left to serve the midwife. That wax-wrapped clove of garlic because, well, just in case. The practical use? Sure. A girdle held things. Pouches, knives, needles, keys. The everyday clutter of medieval life had to go somewhere, and pockets weren't really a thing yet. You tied it all around your waist, like a mobile drawer system. But there was always more to it than that. Let's talk about women's girdles first. For noble women, girdles could be ornate, silver chains, embroidered cloth, studded with enamel plates, or hung with filigree crosses. Some were gifted during weddings, symbolizing fertility, protection, or loyalty. A well-documented one from the 14th century bore tiny enameled saints on each link, turning the belt into a wearable rosary. Pregnant women wore birthing girdles, special belts inscribed with prayers or wrapped in waxed linen, believed to ease childbirth and protect the unborn. One famous example was kept at Westminster Abbey. Women would borrow it during labor, tie it around their waist, and return it once the child was born. Magic? Maybe. Comfort? Definitely. Some girdles had charms sewn into the lining, tiny scrolls, dried herbs, bits of bone. Others featured hand-stitched sigils, believed to ward off illness or demons. A girdle wasn't just clothing. It was a line of defense. Men wore girdles too, of course. More often simple leather, sometimes plain rope. But even those could hold meaning. A squire might wear a braided cord his knight gave him. A pilgrim's belt could be knotted with badges from holy sites. A mason's girdle might have chalk tucked in one end, a chisel on the other, and a bit of scripture wrapped tight in the center. You remember hearing about a blacksmith in Bruges who wore the same belt for 30 years, claimed it brought luck. When he finally replaced it, the new one caught fire in his forge. Coincidence? Sure. Or maybe belts know things. And then there were girdles with teeth. Yes, real ones. Wolf teeth, dog teeth, even human ones, all thought to protect against evil. A merchant once passed through your village with a girdle hung with glass beads and tiny bones, swearing it made thieves avoid him. You believed him, mostly because he still had the belt. Fringe detail? In some monasteries, girdles were issued as penance. A monk might wear a coarse hemp cord under his robe, tied tightly to remind him of his sins. In extreme cases, they added thorns, not for show, for suffering. And speaking of thorns, witches. Yes, girdles appear in witch trial records too. A woman accused of sorcery was once found with a leather belt lined with plant roots and owl feathers. The court called it a diabolical girdle. She called it my mother's remedy for bad dreams. Who's to say? You run your fingers over the pouch at your waist now. No feathers. Just a rock smoothed by river water, gifted to you by someone who said it could anchor thoughts. You kept it, not because you believed him, but because you kind of do now. There's power in routine, in ritual, in something that ties around your middle and says, this is mine, this is me. Even fashion caught on. In the later Middle Ages, girdles became status signals. A wealthy merchant's daughter might wear one so long the ends brushed the floor, adorned with tiny bells no less. Each step rang out, yes, I can afford to ruin fabric. And everyone heard it. Some knights wore ceremonial girdles in tournaments, braided cords from their ladyloves, tied before battle, often kissed before the lance lowered. That's not armor, that's romantic branding. But the quiet belts, the ones under the tunics, invisible, plain, humble, those held the most stories. Secret oaths, unspoken griefs, silent protection. You know one woman in the village who keeps her late husband's belt in a box under her bed. She hasn't worn it in years, but she unties it once a season, just to feel the knots again. You tug yours a little tighter, noticing how natural it feels, how many times you've adjusted it without thinking. The way the pouch settles just so on your hip, the soft tug of the weight when you walk. You're not rich. Your girdle isn't gold or embroidered, but it holds your tools, your memories, maybe a little magic, maybe just habit. Either way, it's not coming off anytime soon. Because here, in this tangled old world, where fabric is law and clothes are identity, there's nothing more personal than the belt you choose to wear every single day, even when no one's looking. You're in the chapel now. Not for mass, not for confession, just passing through. The air is thick with incense and something older, quieter, dust maybe, or memory. A carved wooden coffin rests near the altar, draped in a linen pall. A monk stands nearby, swinging a censer. Behind him, two women adjust a folded cloth at the foot of the bier. You pause. It's not the coffin that catches your eye. It's the clothing laid carefully atop it. Tonight, you're stepping into one of the final and most meticulously dressed chapters of medieval fashion, the tradition of dressing for Judgment Day. Because in this world, your final outfit wasn't just about rest or ritual, it was about resurrection. You had to be ready for the end. Literally. It starts with the shroud. For most people, that meant a simple piece of linen, often unbleached and roughly hemmed. You might have woven it yourself. You might have slept in it for years, preparing. The shroud had to be plain, humble, honest. Rich or poor, noble or peasant, the theory was, you meet God in simplicity. But of course, medieval people didn't always stick to theory. Many wanted to look their best for the afterlife, or at least not embarrass themselves in eternity. So they got clever. You've heard the stories. A woman buried in her finest woolen gown, but trimmed with invisible script, prayers embroidered beneath the hem. A knight laid to rest in full armor, helm at his feet, just in case he had to fight his way out of purgatory. Even peasants made their choices. If you could afford two garments, one was often reserved for burial, tucked away in a chest. A soft chemise, perhaps, or a carefully patched cloak with a cross stitched on the inside. Not for warmth, for witness. Historians still argue about the exact details of medieval burial clothing. Much of it rotted long ago, leaving only scraps and guesses. But inventories survive. Parish lists of funeral robes, wills specifying what to wear when death came knocking. In one 14th century English record, a wool merchant requested burial in the brown robe worn at Lent, lined with the linen my daughter wove. That same record also included a note: velvet not to be used. Let pride die. Strong words for a man who spent his life selling fancy fabric. The church had opinions too, strong ones. Ecclesiastical authorities encouraged clean, white garments for the dead. Linen was best. Silk, sometimes permitted for nobility. Bright colors were discouraged. This wasn't a wedding. This was the final passage, and it was supposed to look like one. But enforcement varied. In some cities, the wealthy were buried in layered finery: tunics, hose, cloaks, even jewelry. The reasoning? A final display of status, a gift to the grave, and maybe, just maybe, an outfit fit for heavenly court. Of course, you couldn't take it with you. At least, not all of it. Funeral theft was real. Grave robbers weren't always looking for gold. They'd take clothes, especially if they were silk-lined or fur-trimmed. Some families had their dead buried in cheap outer layers, with the good stuff hidden underneath. Others hired watchers to guard the tomb until the body was safely settled. There's even one story of a gravedigger caught wearing a dead man's boots. He claimed they were a gift. The court disagreed. And then there were burial guilds, groups formed in many towns to handle funerals, especially for the poor. These guilds often kept shared burial garments, white robes reused over and over. You'd be dressed, displayed, and then undressed before burial. Dignity on loan. But not everyone wanted that. Some left instructions in their wills, specifying fabrics, colors, even accessories. One widow requested to be buried in the same blue gown she wore when meeting her husband. Another man demanded a hair shirt under his robes, so that even in death I remember penance. And one night, let my sword lie across my chest and my belt be of no gold. But perhaps the strangest request came from a minor noblewoman in Italy who asked to be buried in her wedding shoes, because they have already walked the path to joy. It wasn't all personal preference, though. Some towns regulated funeral attire to limit extravagance. England's 1666 Burying in Woolen Act, a bit later admittedly, mandated burials in wool to support the domestic textile industry. Earlier than that, laws existed to prevent vanities in the grave. Why waste silk underground? Yet vanity found a way. You remember hearing about a bishop buried in 5 layers of vestments, each more ornate than the last. The outer one bore embroidered angels. The inner question marked gold-threaded prayers. It took 4 men to carry the coffin. and 6 to stop the townspeople from lifting the lid later. Fringe detail? Some believed you had to be buried with your feet pointed east, ready to rise at the resurrection and face the Lord. So, what if your shoes weren't good enough, or your robe too thin? Some folks slipped extra layers under their shrouds, just in case. You run your hand over your belt again. You've thought about it, what you'd wear, if it came early. You have a shift set aside, nothing special. But you did stitch a little heart into the hem, just a tiny one, red thread, hidden from view. No one knows it's there. And in a way, that's the most medieval thing of all. Because even in death, clothing told a story about who you were, what you hoped for, what you feared. So when the church bells toll again, this time for someone gone, you pause, not in sadness, exactly, but in wonder. At how, even in silence, fabric speaks. At how the final garment we choose may not be seen by many, but might still be remembered. You've made it to the edge of the weekly fare, where the smells of roast meat and fermented cabbage swirl together in a way that's both mouth-watering and mildly concerning. Tents flap in the wind. Bells jingle on passing carts. And there, tucked between a cheesemonger and a fortune-teller's booth, is a velvet-draped table overflowing with bolts of fabric, so fine they shimmer in the sun. You step closer, touch one. It's smooth, cool, almost unnatural. The merchant grins. "Silk," he says, "from the east." Tonight, we trace the astonishing, globe-spanning journey of fabrics that traveled farther than most people ever would. How a tunic in France might begin its life as a worm in China, a beetle in Armenia, or a goat in the mountains of Kashmir. It's easy to forget, but medieval Europe wasn't just a closed world of mud, wool, and lords. It was, slowly, unevenly, a part of global trade, especially when it came to luxury textiles. Take silk, for instance. It didn't come cheap. Silk was a treasure, a whisper of wealth. Smooth, nearly weightless, it shimmered like water when it moved, and was worth, in some cases, more than its weight in gold. It came overland from China, through the tangled paths of the Silk Road, passed from caravan to merchant to pirate to noble, until it finally arrived in bales at Italian ports like Venice and Genoa. And then it exploded across European courts. Noble women wore silk chemises so delicate you could read through them. Bishops commissioned altar cloths embroidered in gold-threaded silk. Kings demanded entire wardrobes of it and taxed it, controlled it, sometimes outright banned it for anyone who wasn't royal. You wouldn't wear silk, of course. Not unless it was stolen, gifted, or traded off the back of a cart. You remember when that traveling merchant passed through with a single silk scarf. It disappeared before sunset, reappeared on the mayor's wife the next morning. She claimed she'd had it for years. Right. But silk wasn't the only textile import turning heads. Cotton made waves too, though in a more humble, practical way. Imported from India and the Middle East, cotton fabric slowly began to trickle into Europe. It was cooler than wool, softer than linen, and washable without turning into shrink-wrapped sadness. Still, it was rare in the early medieval period, so rare that many Europeans thought cotton grew on sheep trees. Yes, literal sheep, hanging from plants. There's even a medieval illustration showing a cotton plant sprouting tiny white sheep instead of blossoms. Scholars believe the vegetable lamb grew in far-off lands, rooted to the ground, but still somehow alive. A weird misunderstanding? Sure. But also a great example of how foreign fabric sparked both fascination and myth. And then there's dye, the invisible ingredient that traveled as far as the cloth itself. You think that vibrant red tunic you saw at the cathedral was dyed with berries? Think again. The brightest, richest reds often came from cochineal, an insect harvested in Central and South America, though Europeans didn't get widespread access until after 1492. Before that, they used kermes, another bug-based dye from the Mediterranean. Thousands of crushed insects for a single ounce of dye. Blue? True. Deep blue came from indigo, grown in India and later West Africa. But even before indigo, medieval Europeans used woad, a stinky fermented plant processed in ways that would get you kicked out of polite society. Entire dye houses were built on the outskirts of town because no one wanted to live next to woad vats, except for the workers, who probably no longer had a functioning sense of smell. Purple, of course, was the rarest of them all. The kind that came from Tyrian purple, made from thousands of crushed sea snails, was so expensive that it was practically a crime to wear it unless you had a throne. Literally. Roman emperors made it illegal. That legacy stuck around. If your purple trim was too bright, you might get fined or accused of impersonating royalty. And let's not forget mohair, cashmere, and damask, fabrics and finishes from Persia, Central Asia, even North Africa. There's a reason you see Middle Eastern patterns woven into European tapestries, because fashion, like gossip, always travels. Fringe tidbit? Some textiles arrived as religious relics. Priests would travel to the Holy Land and bring back embroidered cloths, claiming they came from Christ's tomb or Mary's veil. Whether true or not, these fabrics were often cut up and sewn into vestments, wall hangings, or tucked into reliquaries as sacred thread. One town you passed through had a church banner woven with gold thread silk allegedly taken from a Byzantine emperor's tunic. It flapped in the wind once a year, on Saint's Day, and was otherwise kept in a locked chest, like a sleeping dragon. But what about ordinary people? You, and most like you, rarely saw these fabrics. But sometimes, just sometimes, a scrap of imported cloth made its way to your village, maybe sewn into a noble's cloak, maybe used to patch an old sleeve by someone with very good connections, maybe reworked into a bookbinding or banner, and when it did, it was talked about for months. Did you see the lady's chemise? Where did that thread come from? Is that silk? You once heard of a peasant bride who wore a hand-me-down veil edged with blue silk. The whole town came to the wedding, not for the vows, but to touch the trim. Because in a world where most clothes were made of sheep, sweat, and stubbornness, foreign fabric was more than luxury. It was magic. A little piece of somewhere else. A whisper from beyond your world. You run your fingers along your own sleeve now. Just wool. But there's a patch near the cuff, a slightly finer weave. From your aunt's cousin, who traded chickens for it from a traveler on his way to Avignon. You've never been to Avignon. But somehow, a thread from that far-off place wraps your wrist tonight. And that, you think, is the strange power of medieval fashion. Even if you never leave your village, your clothing might already have. It's late now. The stars are out. A few village windows flicker with firelight, but the streets have gone mostly quiet, except for two figures moving down the lane in haste. You squint. One is clearly a woman, long skirts gathered in her hands. The other is not, or rather, is not dressed like a man. Tonight, you tiptoe into the dark, rule-bending, sometimes dangerous world of cross-dressing and consequences in medieval Europe, where slipping into the wrong garment wasn't just rebellious. It could be heresy, or heroism, or both. See, medieval people took gendered clothing very seriously. Men wore tunics, hose, cloaks, and belts. Women wore kirtles, veils, wimples, and gowns. These were not interchangeable. Clothing wasn't just functional, it was moral, spiritual, a visual statement of your God-given role. So what happens when you change the script? Let's start with women. There are dozens of recorded cases, some real, some myth, of women dressing as men. Sometimes to escape danger, sometimes to join the army, sometimes to claim freedom that society denied them. Take Eleanor Rekener, for example, a 14th century sex worker in London, born biologically male, but arrested while dressed as a woman, going by Eleanor. During her interrogation, she admitted to sleeping with both men and women, taking on both male and female identities. Historians still debate whether Eleanor was transgender, a performer, or simply surviving. But one thing's clear: her clothes made her visible and dangerous. Then there's Joan of Arc, maybe the most famous case of cross-dressing in medieval Europe. Joan, a peasant girl turned military leader, wore armor, short hair, and male clothing during her campaigns. She did it for practicality, for protection, and, she claimed, by divine instruction. And yet, after her capture, one of the charges used to condemn her was her clothing. Heretic, they said, for wearing man's attire. Not because she fought, not because she heard voices, because of her doublet and hose. Historians still argue whether this was about gender or about obedience. But the fact remains, cross-dressing got her burned at the stake. The very armor that protected her on the battlefield became part of her death sentence. But not all gender-bending stories ended in flames. There's the tale of Hildegard of Bingen, a nun, scholar, and mystic who supposedly wore male-style robes when addressing bishops and nobles. Was it defiance, symbolism, or just practicality? We may never know. But the robes mattered. They said, "I'm not here to be small." Some stories are even more dramatic. A certain knight, name lost to time, was said to have disguised himself as a nun to hide in a convent after a failed duel. He cut his hair, borrowed a veil, and lived among women for months. According to legend, he found peace there. He stayed, swapped sword for psalter, traded armor for wool robes. Whether it's true or not, the story stuck. Clothing as transformation. And then there's the reverse. Women dressing as men to escape their station. There are real court records of women who lived for years as male apprentices, taking on trade jobs, traveling alone, even marrying other women under false identities. When discovered, they were often imprisoned or publicly shamed. Some were flogged. Others were made to wear their correct clothing in ritualized redressing ceremonies in the village square. That's right. Your punishment was being redressed, reforced into your gender role. Men who wore women's clothing, meanwhile, faced even harsher treatment, because while a woman dressing like a man could be interpreted as bravery or borrowing authority, a man in a gown, that was seen as weakness, effeminacy, rebellion against divine order. There's one record from the German city of Ulm in the 15th century. A tailor's apprentice was caught wearing his sister's kirtle and parading around during carnival. Harmless fun? Maybe. But the church didn't think so. He was forced to stand outside in the cold for a full day, holding a sign that read, "I forgot myself." Still, there were exceptions, carnival for one. During this annual festival, everything turned upside down. Lords played peasants. Men played women. Women played knights. The world was turned inside out, And for a brief moment, clothing became comedy, not crime. A safe space for expression, as long as it ended on time. Fringe detail? Some theatrical troupes had male actors who specialized in playing female roles, complete with dresses, wigs, makeup. It was accepted, encouraged, applauded. But once the play ended, the dress came off. If it didn't, that was trouble. You think back to those two figures from earlier. Are they fleeing something? A secret couple? A runaway servant disguised as a boy? Or maybe they're just daring to live differently for one night under starlight in clothes that don't match the script. You glance down at your own tunic, neutral, durable, yours. But you felt it too, haven't you? That quiet temptation to slip into a different garment, a different role. Not because you're unhappy with yourself, but because the freedom of it calls to something ancient, bold, secret. In medieval Europe, clothing didn't just reflect gender. It created it, reinforced it, policed it. And for those who crossed the boundary, it could be salvation or a noose. And yet, the records remain. Scribbled in court files, painted in margins, etched into legend. People who changed clothes, and, in doing so, changed the rules. So tonight, as you tie your belt tighter and walk home in the dark, you carry this thought with you. Sometimes, the bravest thing you can wear is the thing you're not allowed to. The village is almost asleep. Only the faint creak of shutters and the low murmur of a night watchman echo down the lane. You're walking slower now, wool cloak pulled close, boots scuffing against uneven stones. There's one last house lit ahead, a soft glow spilling from its open shutters, and inside, laughter. Not noble laughter, not church laughter. Loud, belly-deep laughter. Someone celebrating. You step closer, drawn in by the warmth, and there, through the open door, you see it. A woman in a dress that's too fine for her station, lace at her sleeves, unlicensed silk at her neckline, and, most shockingly, her hair unbound. Around her, others are dressed similarly. Too much color, too much velvet, too much confidence, and no one's stopping them. Tonight, you arrive at the last thread in our strange tapestry, when fashion became rebellion, when wearing the wrong thing didn't just break the rules, it became the point. Because in medieval Europe, defying dress codes wasn't always a quiet mistake. Sometimes, it was a bold, public, knowing act of resistance. We followed you through itchy tunics, illegal shoes, terrifying codpieces, and death-ready linen. And along the way, one thing has stayed the same. Your clothing tells the world who you are. So, what happens when you tell it something different? Let's go back to those sumptuary laws for a moment. Yes, they were about control, but they also created a very clear target. If you wore forbidden colors, illegal fabrics, or accessories above your station, you weren't just showing off. You were poking the system. Take Florence, 14th century. A group of wealthy merchant daughters started wearing brocade hair ribbons, banned under the city's sumptuary laws. Their parents had been trying to marry them into noble families, and the girls weren't having it. So they wore the ribbons. Publicly. On feast days. At markets. In churches. Officials fined them. They paid. Then wore brighter ones. One priest wrote, "These girls dress not as maidens, but as temptresses, their hair ablaze with pride." Honestly, they probably took that as a compliment. In France, a group of apprentices wore noble-style hoods with gold piping during a parade. They were told to remove them. Instead, they embroidered more gold on the backs, where the clergy couldn't see it during processions, a rebellion in reverse. And in England, some women intentionally wore trousers, borrowed or sewn in secret, to protest inheritance laws that denied them property rights. One such woman, known only from a Yorkshire court record, was arrested wearing her late husband's cloak and hose, carrying a ledger of debts. She claimed to be man enough to collect what was owed. They confiscated the clothes, not the debts. Rebellions were also quiet, discreet. A black ribbon here, a fur lining flipped inside out, a silk sleeve worn under a wool one. It was about knowing the rules and bending them just enough that no one could say for sure. You think of guild members, especially women, who weren't supposed to wear certain trims reserved for master craftspeople, but some did. They stitched their status into their hems, sewed their resistance into every pleat. And what about servants dressing above their station? Technically forbidden. But if you were trusted in a rich household, you had access. You could repurpose discarded trim, inherit a velvet lining, reuse a ribbon that once crowned a noble head. Some did it to blend in at court functions. Others, just to feel power where they had none. There's a fringe tale about a laundress in Bruges who wore her mistress's cloak to a festival. She was spotted, fined, and then, ironically, married by a local scribe who admired her courage. That's one way to turn fashion rebellion into upward mobility. Of course, rebellion had consequences. Some towns passed laws specifically increasing fines for repeat fashion offenders. Others implemented public shaming, making people wear tags that said, "I defied my station," or forcing them to walk barefoot in plain clothes while their peers watched. But here's the twist. Those punishments only worked if people were ashamed. And over time, many weren't. Because as trade expanded, class lines blurred. The merchant class grew richer. Craftspeople became celebrities. Tailors gained status. Suddenly, it was harder to tell who deserved to wear what. And people leaned into that ambiguity. One wealthy widow in Paris wore crimson on feast days, despite not being noble. When fined, she said, "I dress for my grief, not your permission." The court let it go, probably out of confusion. And then there were artists, painters, poets, mummers. These folks often dressed flamboyantly, using color and texture as part of their persona. They didn't need noble titles. Their creativity became status enough. You remember a bard who passed through the village once, wearing mismatched hose, gold thread on one sleeve, and a peacock feather in his cap. A walking law violation. But no one fined him. He sang too well. You're thinking now of your own clothes. They're simple, practical, within bounds. But you have that green trim on your cloak, the one you added last winter. You knew it was risky. You wore it anyway, and nothing happened. Yet, the house ahead still pulses with laughter. You hear a drumbeat, a toast. Someone steps outside in a gown that glows with moonlight, one sleeve missing, replaced with a row of brass buttons not even a baron could afford. She sees you, smiles, doesn't say a word, just walks back inside like she belongs, because she does. And in that moment, you realize something. Fashion may start with rules, but it always ends in choice. Even in the Middle Ages, especially then, people found ways to speak through their clothing, to challenge authority, to claim identity, to carve out slivers of freedom in a stitched-up world. And maybe, just maybe, you will too. Tomorrow, with a brighter sleeve, or a longer belt, or a little more defiance in the way you walk. Because sometimes, rebellion isn't a riot. It's a ribbon. The The fire has burned low now. The last sounds of the village have faded into crickets and breeze. You're still here, warm beneath your blanket, your thoughts wrapped up in wool and lace and secrets stitched into sleeves. It's strange, isn't it? How even something as simple as a tunic or a shoe could mean everything. Identity, danger, hope. How getting dressed in the Middle Ages wasn't just about the weather. It was about who you were, who you weren't allowed to be, and who you quietly decided to become anyway. You remember the swish of forbidden silk, the clink of a knight's gleaming greaves, the whispered prayers inside a worn linen girdle. These people lived hard, strange lives, but they made beauty out of fabric and defiance. And even in their most constrained moments, they found ways to slip in color, movement, and meaning. Now your own clothes are softer, looser, easier to forget. But for just a while tonight, they mattered more. They told a story of power, control, imagination, and 100 small rebellions. So now, let it all settle. Let the cloaks fall away. Let the bells stop ringing. Let the candles gutter down into wax. You're safe. You're still. And you've made it through 1,000 years of strange seams and curious stitches. Sleep well now, and wear what you like.